Alright, sorry about that, everybody. But a quick restart was required. Just trying to make sure that everything comes off as smoothly as possible. I do not know what was happening, but I said to quickly restart the internet, but it seems to be a lot better now. No problem, everything will be okay. Mid lane. Okay, we're gonna look at mid in a second because Malik almost died top. Damn, he's having a rough time in this game. But yeah, it's gonna always be rough against Curse of Avernus. And it's not like Lion can actually force Malady away. That's the unfortunate thing as well. There is an Earth Spike onto TA 2000, but this would drain away his mana. Does still have the meta available. So with the next incoming push, they need to be very, very careful. Bottom lane, almost lost Fishman. Looks like he was walking through some brambles there. Arrow unable to really put the screw out onto him. And mid lane, Hayes is doing quite well. About to pick up this null tally. It is doing well at the CS. Let's see what net worth looks like at this point. Yeah, they're still fairly even between the two of them. Kunka's got bottle. Puck's got bottle. Everybody's got bottle. I mean, of course you would expect a pirate to pull through here with the bottle to make sure he can keep drinking, right? Top lane. Malik still struggling. Terrorblade, of course, getting effective free farm here on the other side of the map. He is completely nonplussed. He's cool. Not nonplussed, unbothered. Excuse me. Nonplussed is a different word. Who's nonplussed is Malik. He's just like, mate, he's thinking about Lion. He's like, Tanner, where you at? I need help. This lane sucks. Game is so hard for him. TA 2000. Still just continuing to farm up here. And they actually popped the reflection. Malik might die here. Aphotic Shield is popped. Do they have the damage? They do. They're gonna get the kill. And Malady does find Malik, bringing him down. Oh my goodness. That was a very greedy play there from Malik. I don't think they wanted to chase forward with the Abaddon, but suddenly Abaddon realizes, wait a second. There's a free opportunity here for a kill. Ends up taking it, buys more space for the Terrorblade to keep farming. Very nice Earth Spike though, catching both Abaddon as TA 2000. Malady will be in, this time around, just trouble by himself. No opportunity to really turn this around and say, you know what, let's get this kill. So, might end up just losing his own life here. Aphotic Shield comes out, double edge. Woo! 1 second too late. 1 second too late. A moment sooner and the double edge would have connected. Not sure it would have been enough damage, but would definitely have forced Abaddon into an uncomfortable position. This early game though, into the breach will be mostly just okay with it. Top lane's not going that well. Mid is fine. Bottom seems to be fairly successful. They can't really, because it's Undying Drow. It's not like an Abaddon or something. Running directly into the Mars isn't the same ultra ease of execution in that regard. We'll see how he ends up performing. I wonder what build we see out of the Drow this game. So, probably Yasha first, right? To lead things off. And then afterwards you decide like, do I want just straight Hurricane Pike? Do I want to rush the Axe? Do I want Mjolnir? What do I want? What's the actual consideration in play? Top lane. TA 2000 did get Earth Spiked. We do have level 7 on the puck right now, so Hayes needs to start thinking about making a move. The ideal thing would be waiting until 8 minutes to get the next rune and then using that as your big tool to make the rotation across the map. Obviously building up this early Witchblade. I feel like this item has been a revelation for Puck. Like this hero just seems so good with Witchblade. And I see heroes are fairly close bottom. I think this would be the place he should go. Destroyed doesn't have level 6. They throw out the Spear of Mars onto Thug as well as the Curse Crown. Not enough damage to get a kill though, and with the Tombstone being dropped down, Arrow almost lost his life, but they do manage to destroy the Tombstone first. Top lane, Abaddon, gonna get dragged back by Adzentik, who's made the first mid-rotation with the Kunkka. With the Tidebringer Cleave, it's gonna be more than enough to secure the kill as they bring down the Abaddon. Okay, hey, it's your turn, buddy. Let's pop the Invis rune. Heading top. Nice dodge of Tanner to make sure he doesn't body block him. And they can go for 2 hero kills. This can be huge. The Dream Coil catches them both, so they've already gotten down the Centaur. Will they look for the Kunkka as well? Doesn't seem like they will. They'll be just comfortable escaping with Haze. Using the jaunts of the Lucio Orb on the other side. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. This is good times. That is just A-okay. I'm really bothered by the fact that it's going to be so long, it feels, until they have any effective way to get on top of TA2000 or top lane. They will try to bring down the Mars, and they do have enough in the tank to be able to do so. Good job. So with Mars being gone, that's another huge kill because remember, Haze is the only big initiator for quite some time until they have the Blink Dagger available for Mars, especially considering that they're playing against Centaur. Once Malik cracks 6, the big thing about their team on the side of Into the Breach is they instantly have jump then. They don't necessarily require this Blink Dagger as their only tool of being able to engage these fights. First, while every single death on Destroyed, provided he doesn't have the gold for Yules or Blink, is not catastrophic, but unwelcome. Let's just put it that way. Unwelcome. You would hope for a different outcome. Adzentik. BKB in the offing. So I haven't seen a Kunkka just rush straight BKB in a minute. Personally, I do really like this idea in this game. Look at all the spells he's playing against. And the thing is, he doesn't need to be the one that dishes out the damage. Drow. Yo. It is shocking. If you can protect Drow and allow it to sit there in the back of the fight, dishing out damage, it's shocking how much will come out. So they need to just make sure that they protect her. And they recognize this on the side of V Gaming as now they make their first rotation here. 2 heroes caught inside the arena. Dream Coil on the 2. Absolutely no way for them to be able to escape this. Haze seems like he's good for the money with another move. First being able to get the kill onto the Centaur top. Now being engaged in bringing down the Drow Ranger on the other side of the map at bottom. That's exactly what we want to see. He's the one that makes this happen, so... Well, to be fair, Destroy just, cost a really good arena there. It's going to accelerate his gold as well. We'll be able to pick up these early phase boots. The team will now attempt to take the tower with the Sea Dragon. Centaur is trying to do the same thing the other side of the map. V Gaming will get the bottom one first, however. Got it. Now, do they get top in time to defend? Haze doesn't have the Dream Coil back online, and they do have Stampede. So anything less than costing Dream Coil will not be sufficient. But they might pop Stampede in the opposite direction. Here comes Thug. They find Melody. Multi-shot was there. Just going to get this easy damage out. They should get the Finger of Death. Now they're actually going to keep it. So they have it available for another fight if need be. The Terrorize sends several heroes back, but it's not going to be enough there to find the save, unfortunately, for Arrow. So they'll just go back. Attack into this tier 1 tower in the top lane. They finally do grab it, and there we go. This early network though, V Gaming, very happy with what's been happening. I was saying earlier, and I didn't get to talk about it because some action started happening on the map, but TA2000 has been having a effectively perfect game. Involved in some kills in the top lane. You got to have free farm in that lane. We discussed how difficult the lane was going to be for the Centaur. And look at the net worth. Terrorblade certainly has been good for the money. Building into this early S&Y. Deciding he wants the status resistance more so than he wants like Manta to be able to get out of a potential gust. But there's more stuns than there are silences, so S&Y does make some sense. He might want BKB later anyway. But also for some of the reasons that we mentioned earlier regarding Kunkka and Drow. he might be somewhat disincentivized from going for a pure illusion-based build. Might want to make sure that the actual hero itself is as strong as humanly possible. You see now smoke move from into the breach. Tanner leading the charge. They get this ward up onto the high ground, so they have some fairly good vision of this area. But unfortunately for them, V Gaming all the way on the other side of the map, just chilling, farming, hanging out. So no engagement is going to come from this. Malik almost has the blink dagger available. Man, this blink is going to be great. Especially because he's going to get the blink. Oh wait, this is nice. Mars actually changed his mind. Because of how poorly the lane was going, Destroyed had initially queued up the Yule Scepter, which is something that you do sometimes when you're playing this offlane Mars. You don't feel the confidence that you can actually farm the blink safely. So you get these component pieces for Yules, and it's still a very useful item. And in this game, it could help you a lot versus the Centaur, because Stampede, the charge away, you can still use them into the air. However, blink is just too good. The dual blinks on Puck Mars. Hell, I wouldn't even mind dual blinks, dual users. Would strike me as fairly strong in this game, especially with how little mobility they have on the side of Into the Breach outside of the Centaur. So I think that might actually be the path to victory for V Gaming. Just exploit your ability to be able to take fights of your own accord with better positioning, better mobility. And also manage to find the D ward, not just on the high ground, but also on the low ground. So Malady doing the Lord's work here for his squad. ITB. They want to reveal this blink dagger from Malik. They don't have a smoke with them right now. They do have it on Tanner. Do they smoke and head somewhere else, or do they try to go through middle? Alright, they are going to smoke. This move take them a little bit of the long way around. Arrow, is he going to break the smoke? Yes, he does. Oh, you gotta love it. But they might decide to still go for the fight. Malik does spot TA2000. They get Arrow caught out though with the hoof stomp instead. And I doubt they'll be able to stay around this area. Dreamcoil now committed onto Fishman. He's been silenced. So they prevent him from being able to cast off any tombstone to keep this fight going. Agentic throws in a boat which does connect onto Haze. But he gets miscoiled up, so there's very little damage dealt out. There was a buyback from the Undying. He was scared that this team would end up losing the fight without him. Marina on the high ground. At the same time, they're looking for Malik down bottom. Stampede does get committed with the Curse Crown. Tombstone being kept alive. Destroyed, able to bring it down. But there's going to be the Torrent with the hoof stomp out onto Haze. But Haze not down just yet. They do end up killing the Lion. Haze jumping onto the high ground, staying alive in the middle of this fight. They're looking for more. Get the reflection out from TA2000. And with the reflection, they've gotten the kill onto the Kunkka. Thug, not long for this world either. Running away, but does have the Medallion of Courage. Minus armor out onto him. So there's no way he can avoid the damage of the Terror Blade. Triple kill there for TA2000. They also get Fishman. He ran top to sort of draw the fight away from where his team was, but they still do end up chasing him down and killing him. That fight for me, won by Destroyed. So the Tombstone is here up on the high ground, but Destroyed as well as Arrow take time out from literally everything. They're like, our inside arena doesn't matter. Destroy the Tombstone first. And once they do that, if we look at the team fight spells on the side of Into the Breach, they'd already committed the boat onto the puck. Lion had already died. And speaking of Lion dying, gonna happen again. Gets brought down here in the mid lane. V Gaming playing with some very high tempo right now. You love to see it. This is exactly what this draft needs to do. Not about farming for the late game with these heroes. It's about fighting when you're strong, and you're strong right the frick now. Destroyed also picks up a blink dagger. That's what I love to see. Beautiful. Double blinks into the breach. Thug! 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 I think Thug is dead. Oh, they're not going to jump him though. They don't feel confident that they can burst the hero down without anybody responding on the side of Into the Breach. And they are not incorrect, as the entire side has shown up here. The fight still might come though. There's going to be a hoof stop onto Arrow. Malady not going to be able to get there. Arrow will be the first one to die. It does not seem like V Gaming have the appetite to get involved in that fight. So they do get themselves a pick off there. Still though, the big thing about this game for me is how little farm Thug has. Like, he has pretty much nothing. Has a Dragon Lance 18 minutes into the game. What's the Dragon Lance? Are you kidding me? Now they're gonna try to take the fight. What a caught with the Torrent on the 3. The boat follows it up as well. And it's all 3 core heroes. Tana led it up with the Earth Spike, somehow catching 2 of them. Malik followed up with the Hoof Stomp. Oh my god, what a time to be alive. Malik's not done just yet. We'll find Melody. The X will be there as well. Prevent the escape from the Abaddon. He's gonna get drawn back. Terrorized will attempt to save him. Unfortunately, not all the heroes were terrorized. Melody, though, will still be kept alive thanks to the Bramble Maze from Arrow. Oh boy. Oh boy. And they do manage now to take the tier 1 tower. Bring it down in the mid lane. I'm kind of surprised that they managed to actually get those quick picks so quickly. Malik, ooh, very nice hoof stomp on the 3. Curse Crown follows it up though, but he tried. He was hoping to try and interrupt this, but unfortunately they're just a little bit too strong right now from the side of V Gaming. Arrows coming in from the high ground from Thug. Tombstone is laid out as well, and they buy back from the centaur. They want to come back into this. They need to defend this Roche. Roche though is being taken. Other side, Malady will get caught up in the damage. He does destroy the Tombstone, but it costs his own life. Okay, Tombstone is down though. He buys back. And Roche is so low. They're gonna go into the pit. They're looking for this damage. Malik trying to take out these illusions. Tanner got caught by the Lucio Orb. The Jones onto the backside of the fight. There's gonna be a 3-hero Dream Coil. God's Rebuke able to bring down the Undying very quickly. Tanner throwing in damage onto this destroyed Mars, but not gonna be able to survive long enough to see that damage actually get a kill as he gets brought down as well. They also take out the Conquer Courier during the engagement too. Haze. Haze. What did I tell y'all about this Haze puck in terms of his ability to impact this game? TA 2000 will snag up the Aegis from this. Oh god. TA 2000 picks up the full Aghanim Scepter just straight up. This is actually fantastic for this game. We've already seen how much impact and how much work this Dark Willow Terrorize has been doing. Speaking of Dark Willow, she's gonna die middle. But the Terrorize has been fantastic so far in the game, so getting yourself the Terror Wave as well, you pretty much double up on your ability to be able to keep that pressure up in the middle of the fight. The one thing he does lack is a BKB, so they can try and exploit that on the side of Into the Breach, but they're having a really rough time because Malady is on point this game with these Aphotic Shields. Bottom, they want to jump Haze, they find, oh, Hannah Tanner! Tanner, can he find the Impale Hex him? No! Oh, man. Tanner. Almost had him, but couldn't get the grab. Oh boy. Drow feels the need for BKB. Recognizing that the kind of game that she's in is not a favorable one for her at this point in time. She'll get there, but it's gonna take a while. For quite some time, it does feel like it'll be V Gaming who always feel more confident in the middle of the fights. They're gonna smoke again, right underneath an observer ward though. So they should be prepared for this maneuver on the side of Into the Breach. Yule Scepter available now for this Mars hero. But because they saw the smoke, they're already long gone, baby. Tana. Okay, well, Tana's gonna be the one that at least tanks this gank. Somebody on the team has to. It is what it is. TA2000, aka Naive. Still super stacked in the game. So they're coming for this forward fight. Looking for this tier 2 tower in the top lane. They're gonna be able to find it. He's so strong right now, this Terrorblade, jeez. The main worry I have as well is that even through this BKB of the Kunkka or the BKB of the Drow, the Terrorblade can still kill you. So I would actually I don't like what Hayes is building now. He's going for the Desolator next. But dude, I don't think they need more damage on this team. I would love to see it if he got the Aghanim Scepter. Because then if he got Ags, they can guarantee that both Thug as well as Adzentic tank the full damage from the right clicks of the Terrorblade. Because then they won't be able to escape the Dream Coil. Kunkka bought the tidal wave shot. Lamau. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. One thing I love about this thing is just gonna help him along with de-pushing the waves. Like, honestly, I don't really see any other major purpose for this. I mean, it can also really scout out heroes who are sitting on high ground. You saw him attempt to do this now. Sitting in the trees, you drag the wave forward, they get swept along with it, whether they like it or not. And fight middle, breaking out now, Tanner. Looking for Destroyed, but Malady yet again on point with the spells. Hoofstomp will connect onto Destroyed, however. There's the Terrorize onto Thug. Thug is gone because TA2000 right behind him with the damage from the TB. Stampede. Try to get Malik out of trouble. Unfortunately, he's not going to be that lucky. Hayes, in the meantime, able to run down Fishman. And Malik does find a 3-hero Hoofstomp, but his death is all but guaranteed here. Surrounded. The Bedlam going from Arrow. They get the Curse Crown onto him. Malady throws in the Solar Crystal as well. And that's 3 heroes that are falling here. Side of V Gaming taking seriously their ability to take these fights right now, but that positioning from TA2000, brilliant. Coming in, sweeping back, all enabled by this Observer Ward that Malady planted out earlier. And we saw him do it. It was right after the Kunkka tried to go for the wave. And bottom, also, Lion gets brought down to, yeah. I think, does Puck have Aeon Disc? Yeah, Puck has Aeon Disc. This is, in my opinion, the best Lion counter that this hero can buy. Like, the best one item you can buy to counter Lion in the entire game as Puck. Because Lincoln Sphere, Lion has 2 spells. You know, some Lion players are fast enough to be able to get them off, to pop your Lincolns and get through the stun before you can do anything to react. But this does not matter how good the initiation is. You will always survive it. You will always get the spells. You will always be able to get off the phase shift and escape the fight. TA2000, look at him go, man. 18k net worth. Now, it is one of those situations where, like I was mentioning, against these heroes like TEB, Drow can get to that point, especially against the mass illusions if she buys like Ags and these kind of things. However, TA2000 definitely did the right thing in this game, only focusing on his own damage really. Or at least focusing on it primarily. D-Lance, Skadi, Aghanim Scepter. A fight is coming for them now though. Arena onto several heroes from Destroyed. It's the whole team that's been caught. And with the Terrorize, look at them all bouncing back. Thug will pop the BKB to keep this fight going. Both flies forward. Oh no, the points have caught TA2000. He's being torrented up into the air by the Torrent Storm of Adzintik. It also catches out both the Puck as well as Arrow on the backside of the fight. Earthspike will be there. Hayes is still alive, but Hayes will eventually end up getting brought down. 3 heroes have fallen, and now Drow can sit on the back of the fight, pumping in damage. But the worst yet is the Tombstone on the high ground not destroyed, so Fishman able to get an ultra kill because of it. Oh god, they finally found the dream fight from the side of Into the Breach. Yes, there was the 5-hero arena. Yes, there was the 4-hero Terrorize pushing all those heroes into the walls. Unfortunately, it was only the Mars as well as the Dark Willow that's there. The rest of the team, crucially, the damage is not there. TA2000 not participating in that fight. Hayes can only come in a little bit later. But what an item pickup. Adzintik actually picked up Ags literally seconds before that fight. I am not kidding. Like 30 seconds before the fight is when he gets the Aghanim Scepter. And a good god does it not show its value in that engagement. Torrent Storm was just absolutely massive. Everybody getting caught out in all corners, unable to do anything. But the main thing is not about what they're able to do, it's about what it enables Thug to be able to do. And for the first time this game, we have the Drow Ranger just sitting in the back, throwing out her arrows, and good god does it look disgustingly dangerous. A successful fight taken by Into the Breach. That was the kind of fight where if you lose this engagement, you know, suddenly you find yourself maybe having to think about how do we defend the high ground, but now you can claim a tier 2 tower off of it. What a time to be alive. And then if you're on the side of V Gaming, you're really sad right now because that's the combo. Literally the combo. Perfectly done. Hayes is also able to get a Dream Coil just on a 2, however. But literally all the spells you want, in the order you want them, comes out. The only thing that's lacking is the Terror Blade. And it ends up changing absolutely everything. What does Kunkka buy next now, off the back of this? He's still sitting with this Faded Brooch. Okay, surely there's a better neutral item, bro. Let's see. They have given him the Quickening Charm. I definitely am in favor of that, given the spells at his disposal. They just got the Titan Sliver for Drow. That's really nice. That's dope. This is also quite nice, having the Psychic Headband on this Undying. Well, he gives it up for the Nether Shore. That's even better. Okay, I think you give the Psychic Headband to Lion then. Like, he's got Essence Ring, I get it, but I would prefer if he just gets a headband. Maybe they give him Aeon Disc instead of having to have the protection of the Essence Ring. And indeed, headband is en route, it seems. I would be very surprised if it's not a headband coming to him now. On the other side, Cloak of Flames available right now for Destroyed. Let's see what else they are rolling with. Titan Sliver for the TB. The Enchanted Quiver there for the Puck. But I think this is actually really nice. Having, I was flying out now, but having the Ceremonial Robe for Arrow. Very nice for this hero, given the spells at their disposal. In particular, Terrorize as well as the Curse Crown. It unfortunately does not help the duration of the Bramble Maze. Kinda sucks, but it is what it is. They are still fairly far ahead, and they still feel very strong on the side of V Gaming. So it's not like it's a situation where off the back of these fights, they're like, well, that one fight went badly, GG, well played, we can do nothing. It'll just mean that we require our main man here, the TA2000 Terror Blade. This is what it's all about. Terror Blade does badly in this game, or is somehow unable to keep carrying, things are going to go south. He needs BKB. Yep, he's building it now. Building it now. I hate seeing this particular thing that happens almost every game. There's a carry player who's doing so well. He's like, oh god, this game is going so well for me, fam. I don't need to really worry about anything. You know what? Who even needs BKB, bro? I'm gonna go for these full aggressive items, but Maybe he was naive to think you could skip the BKB, lol. Puck is also now going to start building towards the Aghanim Scepter. We mentioned this a while ago, and the utility to bring to this game. In that last engagement, absolutely, they needed that Aghanim's Dream Coil. Adjunctic Pop BKB, and was just so aggressively mobile in that fight, moving in and out, dropping out the Torrent Storms, the Waves, the Torrent Normals, the Boats. So Ags is a requirement now at this point.
I hate life.
Just taking their time right now to reconnect this Dank Willow into the game. Goldcraft still in favor of V Gaming. Experience looks like it's in their favor as well. But the only two heroes that have cracked 20 is the Kunkka and the TB. Kunkka got himself, obviously, the AoE Torrent with the build he's going. And bonus stats for TA 2000 because he realizes that going for the illusion build in this game, not really the way to go. Definitely at 25, he 100% gets the Metamorphosis attack range. I mean, the Sunder cooldown seems kind of dope, right? Because you get that 5-second Sunder. It's pretty cool, but he should know that if he's ever in a spot where he needs to use more than one Sunder, he's going to die. By that point, if he needed to use two, the team fight would have gone so south. However, if he gets the bonus meta range, for example, in that last fight, he had to walk so far forward to be able to attack. He can do it a little bit further away from safety. What will Puck get when Puck cracks 20? Obviously, he went for the phase shift attack, given that he was building Desolator. Now that the Deso build has actually changed up, might regret having gone for the phase shift attack talent. Might be thinking to himself the Spell Lamp would have been pretty sick at this point. Going to be a G-Core as the Dark Willow has reconnected. Destroyed also wants BKB. So V Gaming are starting to think about this game in the context of, yeah, victory is no longer guaranteed. Butterfly being built up right now for Thug. Already has the Eagle Song. They actually get the Hex out with Tanner into the mid lane. They're looking for this quick kill onto the Drow. They're going to be able to find it. Arrow goes down. And Thug puts even more gold into his coffers now. That will complete at least one item from the full Butterfly. In fact, actually, he almost has it. Roche is up. They have the numerical advantage. If they get Roche, Aegis, Cheese, Shard, and I think the gold of the Roche should give them enough gold to finish off the full Butterfly. Thug also has double damage going, so there's absolutely no way V Gaming will be able to defend against this. Thug has Butterfly, Aegis, and they give the Shard to the Drow as well so they can get the Frost Arrows out. Okay. It'll be quite useful because you know that later in the game, this Terrorblade will get pretty tanky. He's already pretty tanky, but now it makes life a little bit easier for yourself. Also, I love that burst thing. Have you guys seen the effect when someone dies with hypothermia on them? It's hilarious. This is so funny. TA 2000, not amused by what he has to do next. Building in for this MKB now. It is what it is, because now he has to be the one to help deal with the Drow Ranger. But Drow is getting to that point. Honestly, in my opinion, if Drow is even against the TB and there's no easy way to get to the Drow, yeah, Drow was going to win that matchup. Well, at least late game. Been looking very good in the mid game for V Gaming, but are getting to that point now where they need to start desperately thinking about how to close this out. Axe is up now for Naive. Or for Haze, excuse me. Naive has had Axe for a while. I love how Thug is building a post 30-minute SNY on the Draw Ranger. That's awesome. Oh, that's the most hilarious thing in the world, dude. And they're gonna go home now. Hex out onto Haze. Oh god, Haze is in trouble. Does have the A on disc though, so it might trigger soon. Let's see, do they get the Gust silence off? They're not going to. Haze gonna get dragged back by the X. Can he jaunt away to safety? Should be fine. They stampede forward. Arrow also able to blink away inside the Shadow Realm safety. And uses the Yule Scepter with Bramble Maze drop down to try open space. But unfortunately, Tanner's gonna be there with the Blink Dagger. Follow that up with the Mana Drain. Not enough mana yet to throw out the finger and get that kill, but they'll take what they can get. We have someone from Toronto. Sadly, nobody. Do we have somebody from Tokyo? If we have someone from Toronto in chat, we have to have someone from Tokyo. It'll make me very happy. Tier 2 tower gonna get sieged by Thagito and Mr. Thug. In my opinion, despite the fact that there's a 5k gold lead on this TB, this Jar is the most dangerous hero on the map. Also, if we compare and contrast the gold, there's 4k gold that's sitting idle in TA 2000. So the gap between himself and the Drow isn't that large. And I kind of think that TB has to be an item ahead of Drow at pretty much all times. Now gonna put their pressure out onto this tier 2 in the top lane. They've been forcing in this wave for quite a while with Malik. And this will enable them to bring down this tier 2 tower. Those of you talking about Nando's in chat, I think Nando's used to be better back in the day. I don't know what Nando's is like in the UK, but in South Africa, Nando's used to be incredible, but now it's just, okay, mediocre at best. I love that Tanner has the Aghanim Shard. I think he's actually realizing how crucial to his game this mana drain actually is. It's making quite a huge difference. Oof, Drow has D-Lance now, SNY, Butterfly, BKB, Aegis. She's 22, so she got herself the multi-shot damage talent, which now makes this multi-shot very, very scary. Very, very scary. And we see the gold graph as well has been slowly but surely trending in favor of Into the Breach. They're only going to have this Aegis for another 15 seconds, so they're going to have to start thinking about either taking the next Roche or the upcoming fight now. TA 2000, he's been scouted. Torrent, oh no! Oh no! Okay, they don't want to follow that fight, so they let it go. There's going to be a huge AoE arena though. They're going to be able to very early on bring down the lion. Drow is able to escape this. TA 2000 with the Metamorphosis damage. Leading in, but not able to kill anybody just yet. And now they're going to turn this around because all their spells are gone from V Gaming, although the damage is there onto the Centaur. Fishman 2 is going to be next to fall. And I said that, but it looks like it's going to be V Gaming who keep this fight going successfully. And they even jump onto Thug. They found the Drow on the back of the fight. They bring her down. Naive, TA 2000 with the triple kill. Monkey King Bar is at the ready, so he's able to punch through that butterfly like it's a piece of paper.
Just what I was waiting.
And buybacks are available on the Centaur as well as the Undying, but that's it. So Lane of Rax is certain to fall here for B Gaming. Oof, nicely done there. And they're actually not even gonna bother getting the full racks. They force a buyback for now. Get the racks. There's no tier 2s left. However, I'm not sure they have enough time to get the full megas because Metamorphosis is now down. Although they went back over the river after the arena went down. Oh, you see, jump again. 2 heroes, both supports are caught. They're gonna go down. And that's GG. That's actually the game. There's buyback on Undying, but there's gonna be full megas now because they lost this hero. Malik jumps in, will be able to find the stun onto a few, but they want the megas and they want to retreat quickly. They get the megas. Arena drop down to cover their retreat. And Melody, they'll be left behind at the very least. Oh, never mind. I'm being an idiot. That's why. So there's one thing I was surprised about, that I shouldn't be surprised about. Melody will die here. Destroyed. Will be able to escape the base though. So how this fight starts, right? First they get the quick turret out. Tosses the Terror Blade into the air. I naively think to myself, okay, that's a perfect initiation. You should now, at the time, Malik was literally right here. I was like, you should jump in with Malik, get that hoof stomp stun, and then afterwards, follow up with Tanner, try burst TA2000. Dra was right here, she can throw in some multi-shots. Even if they jump in with the Dream Coil and the Arena, Dra doesn't have to move, she can just stand here with the damage. But unfortunately, I forgot about Abaddon. Speaking of now, this is the final fight. If they lose this fight, they've lost the game. TA2000 with the damage out onto the Drow Ranger. Drow gonna die. There's no way she can defend herself. No buyback available. And TA2000, this BKB has changed everything, fam. Now they're gonna take the final fight. They're looking for the game, and they will be able to find it. GG is called by Into the Breach. As V Gaming secure game number 1. But all I wanted to say is in this situation, right? In this situation, I'm thinking to myself, yo, here's what's gonna happen. What's going to happen is this fight is gonna go very badly for V Gaming, and they're gonna lose the fight, and they're gonna die, and it's like a very bad situation for them. However, what I forget is this man right here, Melody on the Abaddon. They know for a fact that anytime you jump, the Terror Blade is going to get instantly aphotic shielded. They've seen it throughout the game up until that point. So they can't initiate that fight, and they're a bit confused about whether or not they should stay in that area. Unfortunately, the decision is made for them as V Gaming jump them with Destroyed and Haze. They do get the Drow out of the arena, and they activate BKB. They get BKB out onto Kunkka as well, but unfortunately, Malik goes in that arena, he dies, and Into the Breach still stay around the area. At the time, they weren't inside the arena with anybody except for Malik, Tanner, and Fishman, but Adzentik and Thug still decide to try pump in some damage from outside that area into the fight, and of course that's never going to work out, especially as this BKB expires. Suddenly you're very exposed. You find yourself at the mercy of Puck, the mercy of this Dark Willow, and you end up just losing out this game. And of course, Destroyed was on point, blinking forward to catch Thug, just as the Drow's BKB herself ended as well. But better yet, V Gaming, TA2000, naive. Once he had BKB, yeah, those fights were impossible. It really looked very difficult. I don't want to go out as far as saying that the fights can't be taken at all. But it really did seem like as long as BKB was up, TA2000 was unstoppable. I mean, let's think about the last engagement that we saw in this game, right? We saw them go in and they decide on the side of Into the Breach to go for that last hurrah. They're like, we need one more fight. Maybe we can use that to turn around the game. We've already been megaed. That's the situation. Everything sucks right now. But what ends up happening... did I disconnect? Okay, that's hella weird. I don't know what's up with my internet today. Anyway, what ends up happening is BKB from TA2000, he just walks at them in a straight line. Just like with BKB on. And they can do literally nothing. Like literally. Drow is there putting out her damage. And TA2000's like, okay, cool fam. I've got MKB, I've got BKB. You can't gust me away from you. I'm right in front of your face, so marksmanship is not an issue. And then you end up losing the game. That... I think Into the Breach, if they had maybe taken one or two fights differently, especially if they played a little bit differently after that one big fight they were able to secure in Radiant Triangle, then this probably would have been a different game still playing right now. But it's not the world we live in. The world we live in is one where V Gaming have been able to take the W. So congratulations to them, as they now will move forward into game 2 with one game in hand. On the cusp of elimination, Into the Breach is, so they need to come back with, I wouldn't necessarily say a new strategy. I don't mind what they thought about doing, but they need to execute it better. And especially hit their timings. They hit the very early timing on the Kunkka BKB, but I feel like they should have been spending more time on the map fighting. I didn't like the fact that even though they had Centaur with Blink, they had Tanner on the Lion with Blink, they have a Kunkka, it still felt like most fights was V Gaming starting the fight and then Into the Breach trying to do something to contain or mitigate damage in that situation. So with that, let's see what they're going to bring us for game number 2. In the meantime, while the two teams are busy getting ready for that, make sure that you're following the channel. Come say hi in chat if you're here for the first time. Also make sure that you become a subscriber, either through Twitch, Patreon, or PayPal. Or PayPal is more like a one-time donation, not really a subscription. Either way, help support the stream, and everybody who has done so, I do really appreciate it. There is bonus content, of course, available for those of you who have. More of it is releasing tomorrow morning is when I'm going to put that out. And those of you who are subscribed or have donated but haven't yet gotten the email with the actual bonus content, in the chat you'll see there is a nice Smoobot who has a Discord link. Hop onto the Discord and then just let me know. Say, hey fam, I'm subscribed, I didn't get the content, and then I'll put you in to the subscriber only feed so that you can get what you have already paid for. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back very shortly for some more incredible Dota 2 action. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades back here to Snarecasting as we continue with the Positive Fire Games tournament with the matchup between V Gaming and Into the Breach. Game 1 was taken by V Gaming with a draft that the combination was just too strong. The team fight that they were able to levy with the Puck, Dark Willow, as well as the Mars carried the day in the end. And though Terrorblade, at the end of the day, did manage to become the major beefcake that was able to just eviscerate everybody, the groundwork was laid out for him by the rest of the squad. And they were able to take the game. Now we need to see Into the Breach fight back. Because remember, this is Elimination Dota. A loss here does represent complete exit from the Positive Fire Games tournament. No more second chances. So Into the Breach need this game that's coming up right now. Let's see if they can do it. I'm your boy Snare. You'll know who it is. Follow if you haven't already. Let's see what we got at the Dota. Into the Breach playing on a dire side. Grimstroke, Medusa, Tusk, Lina were also fairly deep into the draft this time around as well. V Gaming, they didn't have first pick. They went for Centaur Rubik as their first opening 2. Rubik has been this hero that is a bit hit or miss for me, honestly. There are some really crazy spells that can steal in this game though. You have Inkswell, all the Lina spells are very good. And Into the Breach just went for the Medusa. Personally, I think this hero is not picked enough. This hero is not picked enough. They need to pick this Medusa hero more often. It does really feel like it should play more. In the sense that once this hero gets going, it's so difficult to stop. It's not like it's ultra weak in the earlier portions of the game anymore. You still feel like you can actually contribute to those engagements. And of course, you know, just raw damage is sometimes undisputed on Medusa. Tusk, Lina was the other 2 heroes that they went for in the second phase. A very strong game here for the Tusk Grimstroke, I think. Those 2 supports can do a lot of work on the map. I hope they play Grimstroke on 4 and then just leave the Tusk as the 5 position. Lina, of course, is going to be playing from the mid lane, opening up space on the map, giving the team the magical burst that they need. They go for Terrorblade again. And they don't feel like they have enough, honestly, to deal with the full TB. But that being said, they don't have the crazy combination of spells on the side of V Gaming. So no Puck with Mars and no Dank Willow. It's a bit more standard. These 2 supports just gonna play like regular stuff. Rubik Oracle. The Oracle is primarily here to just make sure that Haze never dies on the Death Prophet. The primary thing with the Death Prophet, like, y'all have probably heard me say this a billion times before. Oracle plus DP just makes all the difference in the world. Those are the 2 heroes that I would always want to see in tandem with one another. At the same time, TB picked up now for Naive, TA 2000. He's going to be doing a run back on that one. He does have a lot of protection as well. Oracle can choose to protect either DP or Terrorblade, and it's very strong on both. They don't really have tools to deal with TB or to get to TB quickly. Their burst is entirely on Lina. That being said though, Into the Breach have what they didn't have in the previous game was a way to play very quickly. In the previous game they had like what? They had Centaur on the off lane. That was the only hero that could increase tempo for them. Like Kunkka was obviously going to be the stalwart hero that you all rally around and then you move forward with him. But in terms of just being able to kill a target and move on in a matter of seconds, it wasn't that high. In this game, now they have Lina, Slaughter, Grimstroke. I suppose that this game is more about Grimstroke and just having the big Inkswell. I mean, you can put Inkswell on Slaughter, that's about it. But mostly you want to get the double Laguna Blade later on in the fight. I believe you also get double Mystic Snake too from the Medusa.
Prepare for battle.
So we'll definitely have to see how this pans out. Into the Breach. This is their last opportunity. They cannot afford to lose this game. A quick pause will be here. It is what it is. That's just Dota 2. Are you even playing Dota 2 if you don't start with a pause? Are you even watching Dotes? If you don't see this, a player's pause the game screen, what's even happening? And of course, we get the classic drawing on the map Is our boy destroyed? He's feeling very fresh about his victory earlier today. But we want game 3, man. We want game 3. So unfortunately, we have to root against you for this one. We'll see what happens once the pause unfolds. Thinking about what these lanes are going to look like. I imagine they leave Tanner down bottom, and then you put Fishman top. Although, one thing that I do like is that eventually, when Fishman feels more able to rotate on lanes, you do have an ability to be able to get kills pretty much every lane you rotate to as Tusk. You go bottom, you can help Malik close the gap with Ice Shot, Snowball, get somebody caught up with a big Slithering Crush and kill them. You can move, well, middle is a bit more difficult versus Haze though. Because in that lane you have to go up into Spirit Siphon, and yeah, that's a bit of a complication. TA2000 might die here. Yeah, he's dead. Tag team will be there. Inkswell coming out as well. Do they have the slows from the tag team? Yes, they do. Get the first blood onto Fishman. Might have been a bit better to find it onto Malik, but at the same time, I actually do prefer support sometimes getting the first blood, because that gives them the opportunity to get these early items that might be coming much later otherwise. Look, he's gonna just start out with a ton of regen. He went for a boots first. Yo, it's a really, really big thing that they got that first blood. Because he went for boots first, if they didn't get it, things would have looked really rough in the lane that he was going to be supporting. But because he does, things look a lot better. He can get in all the regen that he needs. And into the breach, this is the way you want to start. If you want to give yourself an opportunity to be able to win.
The battle begins.
And game is now underway. B Gaming. DP mid lane for them. Going up against the Lina. Very washy lane. Nothing really happens. Crypt Swarm being spammed from the one side. Dragon Slave from the other. Unless there's a rotation from Tusk to set up for an LSA, I doubt we'll see any kills happening in the mid lane. Just going to be very, very stock standard farming in that area. TA2000. Down bottom. He is going to be... Actually, they want to kill him again. Fishman sitting in the trees here. And they don't see this Tusk in the top lane. So maybe they intuit that this is what's happening. Fishman. Tag team. Is he going to go for it? There we go. They're going to go for it. They're looking for the kill. Inkswell. Where's the Inkswell? Tanner! Tanner, no! Oh, man. If Tanner had thrown out the Inkswell immediately onto Malik, that's actually a kill. I think TA2000 is dead then. But he can't get the Inkswell off. By the time he realizes he can't get it off, it's too late. TA is like next to the tower at that point, so he's not really in a death position. Feels a bit bad, but it is what it is. Fishman showing up top. Not really going to be a lane where they can pressure Thug all that much. The one thing they can do is use Arrow to spam out Fade Bolt when possible. Reduce the damage potential of the Medusa. Make it harder for her to farm, but in terms of actually harassing her out of lane, that's not going to happen. At level 1 though, they might kill her because she doesn't have mana shield. She's dead. Oh god, no mana shield. No mana shield. And that's up playing a bit far forward without mana shield, my friend. Thug ends up getting brought down. I was wondering, like when I saw Arrow hitting him, I'm like, man, why is he taking so much damage? Holy smokes. To be fair, it's the first death in the game. Not the biggest deal in the world for Thug. Very early on in the lane. Had already bought out the Wraith Band, I think, so not the biggest deal in the world. Mid lane, of course, this is the boring lane. Just going to be spell spammed out. Lina probably gets a bit more CS because she has 2 spells that she can use in this lane versus the 1 of DP.
Radiant's courier has been
I shall honor your name.
And of course, as she's using her spell, she gets Fury Soul Stacks, making right-clicking a lot easier for her. And right now, we do see that Haze is falling fairly behind, being doubled up on the CS at the moment. And I don't... Yo, Adzentik is gonna own this lane. He's gonna double up the CS of this DP now, my god. You do see that sometimes, but not all the time. Top lane, Fishman in a little bit of trouble, gets tossed back into the hoof stomp. Fate Bolt. Man, this hero combination. It's been a classic for a long time for a reason. And they are showing its strength here in the top lane for the side of V Gaming. Destroyed. Already being involved in 2 kills. How are we looking bottom for TA 2000 and Malik? As long as there's no meta online, Malik is perfectly safe to keep farming this lane. Grimstroke will always be able to protect him from actually going down here, provided it just keeps a pointer to Inkswell. Hell, even the Stroke of Fate, the slow should be good enough to allow the Slaughter to escape reliably. This game though, all that matters for Into the Breach is doing well top. I don't think you want to have the same situation as you had with the Draw Ranger with Medusa, spending the whole game just catching up. She can, but you don't want that scenario. Bottom lane, we do end up losing Malady, sorry. Malik able to run him down with Tanner's help. I think the Inkswell is probably what triggered out the initial damage to get the kill. Looks that way. And this lane just continues to be perfectly fine. It's only really the DP that's struggling in this early game. And she's getting demolished, my god. Adzentik is on point. Top lane might have a fight here. Tag team was thrown out onto Destroy. They're just slowing him down right now. And Fishman's in a little bit of trouble. But they've already used the lift back combo. So he just runs away, heals up with the healing salve. But Hayes, whew, 17-1 versus the 30-6 of the Lina. Sure, some of this is CS from the jungle creeps, but the same is true for Hayes as well. A full level ahead. Only gonna catch level 6 after finishing off this wave. So that means level 7 will be available a lot sooner for Adzentik, enabling movement on the map a bit faster. Bottom lane, might lose Tanner. TA 2000 able to run him down. It's a very, I wouldn't say lumbering, but top lane is very action-packed, of course, with the heroes that were here. But it does seem like they are prioritizing on both sides. Yet again, getting requisite farm for these important heroes. There's one levels on Destroyed, so he can run forward. Look how much CS he has for himself as well. Because Fishman is afraid to go fight him. Every time he comes up, he knows that the possibility is there. He gets lifted back into a bad position. So he's gonna play a little bit further back than he would otherwise. Just keep things under wraps here. I wonder what build we see out of the Medusa in this game. Just rushing Yasha probably, and then decide afterwards what comes next. This game though, fairly quiet from TA 2000. Unlike in the previous game where he was getting absolute free farm. This game he's just farming normally. No real special things happening just yet. This is definitely the kind of game where they don't have that many disables on the side of Into the Breach, so they will need to focus very much on this Oracle every time they want to think about killing TA. Oracle. Melody in the previous game, his Abaddon performance was honestly impeccable. So given what we already saw from him with regards to his understanding of when to pop these heals, when to look for the dispels, every single fight he should be the priority target. As we're paused up, 5 minutes in. What does Lina want to do now? She's doing so well. I mean, look at the difference in the net worth between herself and the DP. It's actually not that big, only 300 gold. Given how large the stomping is in terms of the CS. Oh wait, she caught up quite a bit. Okay, never mind. Caught up quite a bit. A lot of this was jungle creeps, but alright, okay. She's been using the level 3 Crypt Swarm to good effect. Also, I'm very glad she'd leveled up level 3 Crypt Swarm. You know, sometimes when you're casting, you think to yourself that there's only one particular itemization or skill build that a player will be going for on a particular hero. And then before you even click on that hero, you speak very confidently like, yeah, man, it's this spell that's keeping him alive. And then you click on them, you see they don't even have that spell, and you're like, ooh, big yikes. So thank you, shout out to you, Hayes, for having the 3 points Crypt Swarm. Not letting me look dumb. Top lane, Arrow. They want Thug again. And do they have this kill? Ice shot. Oh no, it's locked destroyed. Close to the tier 1 tower, so they won't be able to close the gap onto Thug. Thug, mana shield. There we go. I'll be able to pick it up. Keeping alive right now. Throw back a snake. Not enough damage. Or not enough mana to be able to do so.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Adzentik? Oh, it doesn't have TP. Feels so bad. If Adzentik had a TP there, I think Arrow will at least die. One more right click is all they need. Very, very nice. Yo, if Adzentik had a TP and they show up, they'd probably kill both, but unfortunately they do not. Although, he's just gonna come through the old-fashioned way. But this move was also scouted out by this Observer Ward, so they know what's happening. So we already see Centaur going fairly far back to play safe on that side. Oh, that's nice. A broom handle picked up. Not really gonna help the Lina. She's better off with the Ironwood tree. TA 2000 does finish the full power trades. We don't see movement down. I really like these wards that they have from the side of V Gaming. They have this one on the high ground on both sides. And the reason they have this is because they know. They've probably also recognized just how ready these mid laners are to rotate and try to get kills on the opposite side of the map when the time strikes. So if you have the adequate vision, you either do one of two things. One, you protect yourself from that rotation by always having the vision necessary to run before the rotation comes in. Fishman might end up dying here top. Ice shots, nice. Can he TP out though? Is the question. Doesn't have TP, so... What? Are you kidding me? Is he? No way does he actually live here. Okay. Snowball, maybe to the creeps. Not gonna be able to get there in time. Oh man. Regrettably, he's not gonna be in a situation where he can get himself out to safety, so he does end up taking a tumble in that situation. Tier 1 tower bottom though needs to be the priority target for the side of Into the Breach after they've lost their own on the other side. Malady able to at least get off the young Dispel, but it's not going to save his life as he gets brought down. And we now are Archer. With his death, that opens up the space to take the tier 1 tower. At the same time though, they are sieging towards the middle. Hayes has access to the Exorcism if he wants to use them. They're not activating the Ghost just yet. Thug does show up now for this fight. Stroke of Fate connects onto a few. Hayes will now pop the Ghost. We'll see if they can take the upcoming fight. Toss back onto Tanner. Do they get the kill onto him? Indeed they do. Inkswell doesn't even have a chance to trigger. As they pop him, tower will fall very shortly, and V Gaming looking really, really good right now. Hayes trying to chase down Fishman. Stampede will make sure that they close the gap. Spirit Siphon was also slowing him up, and now they also catch the Siphon out onto Thug, and Thug does not have any points into the Stone Gaze, so absolutely no chance of being able to survive this engagement. Mana Shield gets eviscerated, and Hayes will finish the job by throwing in the level 4 Crypt Swarm. Great job done there. And V Gaming, because they've just done this move, look where they are. Malik is... okay, you have to back, I think. But they can start pushing out for the bottom lane while keeping space for the Terrorblade to farm on the other side. Malik, Fortune's End, holds him in position. Okay, he is dead. Never mind. Feels bad to be you, fam.
I came a long way to see Zab die.
Feels unfortunate to be you. It is what it is. Arrow. In a bit of trouble here. Yeah, Arrow's dead. Bye-bye. Adzentik picks up a Dragon Slave kill. We desperately need to see Adzentik make use of the promise that was achieved from the mid lane. Kind of problematic in my opinion that that's the first kill we see from this Lina at this point. DP's already had a hand in 5. To be fair though, we do lack the Yule Scepter at this point. And unlike in the previous game for Destroy, they don't have, over the side of ITB, they don't have like a Centaur to easily be able to run in with the Stampede like that. This time around, Destroyed is the one that's sitting with this hero, ready to look for the quick retreats. Wanting the early Blink Dagger. This is gonna be huge. Love this item on this hero. Especially when you get it early. Already has the Vanguard as well. And unfortunately, Thug is having a similar game to what was happening in game number 1 on the Dry Ranger. This Medusa hasn't really been able to do all that much in terms of accruing a lot of net worth. She's gonna get there eventually, of course. No doubt in my mind, but the difficulty with that is V Gaming. They've already demonstrated their propensity to play extremely fast when Naive is on the Terrorblade.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're smoked up, looking for another play here. Dusa, I think they just want the Dusa. They don't care about anything else. And she still lacks Zone Gaze. Yeah, you're dead. Bye-bye. Easy kill onto Thug. Soulbind was thrown out by the Grimstroke. It's going to connect onto some heroes here from the V Gaming, but even though Haze and Tier 2000 are caught up, it does not prevent Haze from getting a double kill. They still have half duration on the Ghosts, but they're going to decide to go north to the Tier 2 tower rather than going south towards Roshan. Do they have a medallion anywhere? Let's see. They do not, so okay. Maybe that explains why they didn't want to go for the Rosh. They could probably have gotten it, but they probably don't get it before these heroes respawn from Into the Breach. So perhaps that is the right idea here. What really worries me is that Haze is doing so well now, right? In these fights, not just like in terms of farming. Because we sort of expect that like TA 2000 will farm well on the Terrorblade. With Fishman, they want to get a kill here onto the Rubik. Will be a false promise thrown out onto him. They do save his life. With the Laguna Blade though, will he die? Will he stay alive? He gets a healing salve as well, so he does stay living. Adzintik does escape, but Tana also gets brought down in the jungle. But this is scary. This actually sort of goes to what I want to speak about. Haze is doing this well, despite not really having Malady play behind him. What you need normally as the DP, you feel a lot more comfortable when this Oracle is just sitting right behind you all the time, prepared with the Dispels and the False Promise. However, Haze has been running completely over the side of Into the Breach, despite not having any of those tools. And Into the Breach somehow at this point have no idea how to deal with this, which makes things worse because as time goes on, it'll be harder once the Oracle is out. Phantom's Embrace out onto the center will prevent several heroes being hoof stomped, but Tanner will give up his life for this. Does help them to get revenge onto Destroyed, and now Blink Dagger revealed from Malik, looking out for Malady. Ends up getting brought down in the trees there. Jump in, Malik wants to get another blink forward. They get off the Corrosive Haze onto Arrow. Alright, Malik, nice. Revealing the Blink Dagger there in scintillating fashion, opening up the kill sheet. Getting Thug on the board, but more importantly, just keeping this entire fight alive. They've lost the tier 1 mid, lost tier 1 bottom, you've lost the tier 1 top. The last thing you want is to start losing fights in this area. Because you know for a fact what follows next is losing out on the triangle. Slowly but surely losing the area around the outpost. And then if they grab the tier 2 tower, losing the outpost altogether. So very important fight there taken by the side of Into the Breach. Unfortunate there for Malady, but it is what it is. Oh, jump forward. They're looking for this Rubik. Malik, Inkswell did connect with the Fortunes and will save him though. Malady coming for the fight. They actually get the jump in with Destroyed on the high ground. Two heroes caught with the hoof stomp. One of them is the Lina. Now Malik can't escape from the Ghost either. Will also end up getting brought down. Three heroes suddenly dead. This time around, they are right in front of the Roshan pit with the Ghosts and they're going immediately into it. Oh boy. That's a bit of an unfortunate fight there. How did they even catch the vision for that hoof stomp, man? Destroyed is just having a fantastic time today. And it's not just him that's having a good time. For me, honestly, Haze is just playing out of his freaking mind on the Death Prophet. This Terrorblade is farming up a storm. Went for the Manta this go around. Realizes the kind of game that he's in. Malik, did they catch vision of him? Yeah, they did. Dragon Slave will be there with the Crypt Orb. They're gonna look for him now behind the trees, and they're gonna find him. They've got him. At the same time, they look for the hoof stomp behind the tier 2 tower with Destroyed, and they're gonna be able to pick up his life as well, giving a double kill over to TA 2000. They're not even gonna lose this tier 1 tower in the mid lane because defense is coming. They're gonna maybe get Haze, Yules up into the air to keep herself alive. She doesn't have Ghost anymore. Destroyed, going for the far side of the fight. They do get False Promise out this time around onto Haze, keeping the DP alive. Thug had to pop the Stone Gaze just to be able to run away to safety in that situation. Very regrettable there. And as mentioned, they keep the tier 1 tower alive. Tier 2 tower still being sieged by TA 2000. He's sitting with the Aegis. He still has the Manta not popped, is level 12, so absolutely no way into the breach can even go fight him, despite the fact that they know he's alone. And now he's just gonna link back with the team for the tier 2 tower, and the prediction we made earlier, outpost will be taken. Whole jungle is gonna get now monopolized by TA 2000. Thug feeling no safe space to farm except on the other side of the map at this point.
Under attack.
They're looking perhaps for a jump onto TA 2000. He comes a little bit far forward. Malik, there we go. That's going to be the initiation. Will they get the first life? Malik will get the Sunder though after the Manta style. And now the rest of the fight is coming. We see Fishman will open up the fighting for them here. He's going to try at least stop them from linking in on the other side of the fight. Will give up his own life in the process though. Malik also did end up dying because they popped the Stampede to allow TA 2000 to close the gap. And even with 3 heroes, him completely isolated, TA 2000 does not die, gets off the Sunder. Still had the Aegis, of course. And it is looking like this game is going to be markedly different from the first, in the sense that it's not going to be anything resembling a contest even. Thug getting forced back, hoof stomp, nicely done by Destroyed. Yet again, these ghosts from Haze just eviscerating this fight. And they don't have any backup for the Medusa in the same way that the DP has backup from this Oracle. TP out from Tana will succeed. At the same time though, there's going to be a lift onto Adzentic. They will not be able to find further damage though. They do go from on the high ground there. They got him. Destroyed. Able to catch him out. And with the stolen Inkswell from the Arrow, Rubik was able to throw it out onto Destroyed to find further lockdown. Thug is gone. This Lina not really able to contribute anything in this game. And of course Malik, poor Slaughter. Since getting this Blink Dagger, what has he really been able to do? Oof. TA 2000 now, having a very similar game on the Terrorblade. There was a game I was casting in Positive Fire, I think it was earlier in this week, with the TB in it, and I was talking to Googly, I think, about this Terrorblade hero and why it's not picked more often. Does seem like there definitely is a space for this hero in the meta. Thug. Yo, be careful, fam. Very careful. Destroyed. Gonna jump back in on y'all. Instantly gets eviscerated on Fishman. They also threw out the silence. Malik does find 2 heroes caught with the stun. Soulbind will be there as well. Do they maybe finally get something? But the Stampede helps them to be able to escape away from this. Malik, will he be able to get the chase going? They do at the very least find Arrow. Destroyed. Goes back though with the 2 hero hoof stomp onto both the Lina as well as the Slaughter. And the silence to follow up from Haze will prevent them from being able to find these kills. Adzentic dies on the other side of the fight. 2 Destroyed. They chase down this Malik Slaughter as well. And now Thug, him against the world. He realizes the world is going to win, so he calls the game GG, well played. Oh boy. Oh boy. 19 minutes in, V Gaming. I don't even think we can count this as a win over the side of Into the Breach. This was a domination. My goodness. Yeah, that was... Whew. Look how big the gap is. They like less than 20 minutes, more than 10k net worth, almost 15k experience. Honestly, from that first blood, it didn't really feel like they got anything accomplished on the side of Into the Breach. Adzentic was not really able to do anything in this game. We did see the one good fight where Malik was able to reveal this Blink Dagger. They got that kill onto Malady. That was kind of a decent situation for them, but yeah. Woo! You know, this is one of those lovely games where doing the post-analysis is kind of difficult. Not because we don't know what happened, but sometimes I like to think about what teams could have done differently. But given the way V Gaming played, it really just felt like they had Into the Breach's number. There were also a couple of weird movements on the map, I think, from Into the Breach. I also don't think they tried enough to make use of these two items. To be fair, by the time they got these items, it was already pretty bad. I mean, look at this, 15 minutes in. Net worth is not looking great, right? But I do really feel like once they got the Yules and the Blink, they should have expected. Thug can't do anything at that point. But I don't think you can play this kind of game where you play passively into a team that has Centaur, Terrorblade. And of course, my MVP, Death Prophet. Hayes also made this game impossible. As much as I'm saying what could Into the Breach have done differently, I do think that one of the things that Hayes did so amazingly, and he didn't just do it amazingly, he did it consistently. You know how difficult it is to do this consistently? To be hunting the enemy jungle. How do you hunt the enemy jungle as Death Prophet? Consistently. He's like, I'm gonna hunt y'all. I'm gonna kill y'all. Consistently. All the time. And it just felt like it was a very difficult way for them to try farm from Into the Breach. They weren't able to take control of that area. And I also don't think they got enough mileage out of this Lina pick at all. Not just in terms of the movement on the map, but there was no fight where it felt like Lina was dangerous. For so long in this game, it just felt like, oh, she's just there. A lot of that is also due to the Malady Oracle being on point in this game with either Fate's Edicts, False Promises, the Fortune's Ends, etc. It just actually had a good performance all around. But Into the Breach, regrettably and unfortunately, will get knocked out of the Positive Fire Games tournament 2-0. So they will join the cavalcade of other teams who now have to watch from the sidelines. Congratulations, though, to the side of V Gaming, as off the back of the TA2000 Terrorblade, not just the Terrorblade, but in large measure, it did help a lot. They are able to secure themselves the victory here. And now with the 2-0, they're not done yet. They're not done yet. They still have to play more Dota later today. Remember that today is the second last day of the playoffs. Tomorrow is the lower bracket final as well as the grand final. So there's still more Dota on the horizon for the side of V Gaming if they want to find themselves in that position. They've secured top 6. We will find out later when they play if they can secure themselves further and get top 4. But that's a story for later. For now, they can just bask in their victory and be glad that they've gotten themselves through. So now, because of the early W there, we have a little bit of a longer break than expected. It's going to be about an hour before the next matchup is ready for us. So in the meantime, go stretch your legs, go take a walk, enjoy the beautiful Friday wherever you are on the planet. Make sure as well that you're following. If you're here for the first time, come through, say hi in the chat, hang out with your fellow Dota compatriots, and consider becoming a supporter, especially if you enjoyed what you heard. Consider either becoming a subscriber through Twitch, a one-time donation through PayPal, or become a patron on Patreon. You'll see the links underneath the stream below. And of course, all of y'all will get bonus content if you do so, because I don't want you giving away money for free. You need to get your money's worth out of it. And with that, we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back in about an hour for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
it's time to rise from the fire.
demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back to Snare as we continue today with some positive fire games action. We had earlier on, unfortunately, to say goodbye to the side of Into the Breach, and now one of these two sides will join them on the sidelines and have to cheer from there as we continue with some more elimination Dota. Next matchup we have before us is the Ghost Frogs taking on Chicken Fighters, another best of 3 to determine who moves forward into
the top 4. Well, technically top 6, but yeah, sounds nice when you say top 4. But it's just top 6. It's just top 6. You still have to do quite a lot in order to be able to get yourself to the actual top 4. But we shall see which one of these two sides have got the gas to be able to make it through. Here we have Ghost Frogs taking on Chicken Fighters, with Chicken Fighters having come through the long way. They had, let's just say, the most entertaining games of the tournament so far have definitely come from the Chicken Fighters lineup. So let's see if they can keep that kind of momentum going today. They are playing on Dire side now. They led off with the first overall pick of the Grimstroke. Ghost Frogs. Storm Spirit, Elder Titan. That's a very early Storm Spirit. They banned Puck and they banned out the Tiny as well to prevent them having this early jump on the side of Chicken Fighters directly onto Storm. Didn't we see a mid-Tiny beat a Storm Spirit the other day? In many measures, just being able to like insta-burst him in the fight or make him retreat early on. They still have the option to go for this Lion pick. Honestly, they already have Grimstroke. I would pick Lion for 2 reasons. Firstly, you definitely want to insta-hex versus Storm Spirit. I personally don't think you can play into that hero without an insta-disable. I mean, you do have the silence from the Phantom's Embrace, but that's not nearly enough here from the side of Chicken Fighters to fully control the Storm Spirit. So, they get the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, if they can get away with Lion, they should still get it. Or Shadow Shaman. You need the insta-hex. I would love also double Finger with the Grimstroke Lion combination. Double Hex, double Impale. Hell, even double Mana Drain is surprisingly strong. Surprisingly strong. Especially against heroes like Storm. So Ghost Frogs do just ban Lion, honestly. ET will just be happy if Lion is banned as well. Or maybe they pick Lion. They have pick out of phase, right? Yeah, okay, they're gonna pick Lion. Never mind. Never mind, disregard what I said about Chicken Fighters. So they have to be the ones that ban Lion instead. Shadow Fiend picked up now for the mid lane. This is a hero that has seen a lot of usage and a lot of purchase here in the Positive Fire Games tournament. Cascade Esports, who was eliminated yesterday, played that, I think, at least once every series for Shisui in the mid lane. So in this game, I imagine that having that hero come up, you have some team fight for yourself already. We often saw this being picked with Mars, at least when it was picked successfully. Either Mars or Faceless Void were the 2 heroes that I saw on the field when this worked. Could definitely see one or the other getting involved here. Also is a hero that definitely buys BKB, and it's very rare that you play into a team that has Storm Spirit Elder Titan and you don't want BKB. So we're very happy to do that. A way to take down Roche, some team fight. I'm definitely thinking that Chessie wants to play Mars this game. Like, they already banned out his Centaur, they banned his Tiny, now they ban his these dogs here as well. Yeah, I think. I mean, he's also played Puck in the off lane, played Tiny there. Why are they just banning Chessie heroes? My gosh. Watch, they're gonna ban Mars now. This will be ridiculous. If they ban Mars, I'm just gonna be like, alright, this is too much. This is too much. Okay, at the very least, they ban a safe laner for Charlie, taking out his Phantom Assassin. Lina gets grabbed up now for the side of the Ghost Frogs. Some options available for how they want to lane this hero, right? It could be the 4 position. It could also be picked up in the mid lane for Boromir. There's Chessie's Mars. I do think, yeah, Shadow Fiend has to be with Mars in order to be able to work out well. Now they have to look out for, I still think Lion's good, but now I'm terrified of the Dark Willow. We saw that earlier today, the impact that hero can have with Mars. If they pick up the Dark Willow, right, not only does it give them yet again that crazy combination inside the Arena of Blood with the Terrorize to send everybody back, you'll also have Shadow Fiend to be able to do that for you. And with Terrorize on top of it, that means you have double fear for the fight. Earlier on, when we saw V Gaming play the Dark Willow, they had Terrorblade in the first game, and they actually picked up the Aghanim Scepter on the TB so they would have the double fear, and we saw how strong it was in that fight. They will be playing into a Gyro now. I'm very glad Ghost Frogs just went for this Roar for Chrysalis. I do not like Gyrocopter IO. Needs to just be Gyro by itself, then it can still have some kind of purchase in the game. Let's see, what laning partner do we want for the Gyro? So now we are there to decide, Ghost Frogs, because You have this ET Lina. You can decide to put ET in the 5 position, you put Lina 4, and then you pick up the off lane. Oh, that's actually what's going to happen because Storm's in the game. I forgot about Storm somehow. So that actually means this ET, the decision now is, where's ET going? Is ET support or is ET in the off lane? They have last pick, so they can decide at that point. Chicken Fighters with Wraith King. You play this into Gyro. Oh god. Any Gyrocopter players in chat? Tell me how much you enjoy this matchup. It's awful. It's the worst. God. I hate this matchup so much. Definitely a game for a very early Gyrocopter BKB. Because everybody on the side of Chicken Fighters is dangerous to fight into. Tons of magic damage. Wraith King will eventually get the physical damage necessary to bring you down. And Chicken Fighters are gambling that they still need an offlane hero from Ghost Frog, so they ban the Tide and the Timbersaw. Even if they do put this ET in the offlane. There was a game yesterday that we actually saw this offlane as well. And it didn't look terrible, the EC offlane, honestly. Looked quite good. They have supports banned against them though, so Chicken Fighters. What is the last pick to round out the draft? Yo, pick Winter Wyvern, y'all. Yo, Wyvern seems so good here, actually. It'll be nice for the lanes. I mean, there's a lot of magic damage, so you don't get the full heal from Cold Embrace. That's going to be kind of annoying. But Winter's Curse, woo! That's going to be fun. Although there aren't that many high HP targets to really abuse with the Arctic Burn, so maybe not. This is actually better. Yeah, this is much better. This is a hero that can continually hunt the Storm Spirit, make Lina's life hell. In the middle of the team fight, if you don't have BKB, sucks against the Gyrocopter. Gyro will hate life. Can't use any of his spells now in the engagements, because if he uses any spells, he will get stunned by Spike Carapace. You show up with a cooldown, Flag Cannon blaring, guess what? You're about to get stunned. Also a very good hero for being able to provide vision on the map that they didn't really have before this. The rest of the draft before this hero did seem a bit, slow's the wrong word, but static is probably the better word. This gives them a bit more openness on the map. Ghost Frogs will end up with the Toby Underlord in the off lane. We used to play this a bit back in the days on Viking. The aura carrier that you definitely want in a situation like this. Can survive the lane versus Wraith King. He can't die, but it's going to take a long time to kill him in that lane. And it takes a while before Wraith King has the necessary amount of damage through physical to really threaten Toby. They don't have like a Slark or anything to take advantage of that hero. And I'm imagining that this game, you probably want to rush pipe, right? If you rush pipe on the Underlord, then you don't die anymore to the Shadow Fiend. Gives them an escape from the middle of the fight, so that if multiple heroes are caught inside the arena and you want to get them out of dodge, it's all good, baby. Show up, grab up the Uber, and we'll all roll out to safety. How do I feel about these drafts though at the end? That's the question. That's the question. Who do I prefer? What's chat got to say? What's chat got to say? We'll give y'all a little bit of time to catch up, and we'll see what your predictions are going to be. I feel personally, I like Chicken Fighters. I like Chicken Fighters. Yeah, I like Chicken Fighters. I think they really struggle as well from the side of Ghost Frog once these BKBs emerge. Because they're absolutely going to buy all 3 BKBs, right? So when that starts to happen, it complicates life somewhat. So let's see. Let's see how they're going to roll. Let's see what they've got. Let's see if they can make it. Chicken Fighters versus the side of the Ghost Frogs. An animal-based matchup here today. Let's see who's going to be good for the W here. As we lead things off.
Bless the spirit! My time will come later, when you least expect it.
Burns doesn't.
In terms of where I would, if we were just not thinking about who the players are, or who the heroes are rather, but thinking about just who the players are on the various teams, I would slightly favor Ghost Frogs. I've been overall of like the players that are on Ghost Frogs have impressed me more overall. But at the same time, Chicken Fighters, there's a lot to be said about being consistent as a full stack and being able to fight back from some really rough situations. They've gotten here not the easy way. Not the easy way. Yes, they started out in that round, in the upper bracket, the same way that Ghost Frogs did. They dropped down sooner than they did. It's been a rough one for Chicken Fighters, but here they are. They still remain.
30 seconds to battle.
So I'm going to go Chicken Fighters, yeah. I like their draft. I think they got this. Also, I think I'm not sure where Gyro is in the meta right now. In the sense that I'm not... You know, there's certain heroes where you can just intuitively look at the hero, look at its toolkit, look at the patch right now and say, yeah, this hero has a place in it. Like that Terrorblade hero, which we started, thank God, seeing more and more. Like, I guarantee, Terrorblade, Luna, Medusa. Let's talk in a month. In a month, 2 months. Let's see how ubiquitous these heroes will be in the meta at that point. But Gyro, I'm just not sure. There's so many BKB carrying offlaners, mid laners, safe laners. Needs so many items before he really feels very strong. If they had the Mars instead of Underlord, I'd be having a very different story because that's a lot of setup available for him, especially in the earlier portions of the game. However, their actual setup and initiation on the side of Ghost Frogs, they don't have that much hard disable, right? They've got the Vortex Jump In, LSA, let's see, Echo Stomp, Underlord, Pit of Malice, Homing Missile, you know. These aren't the spells that really come to mind when I think of big AoE control. So we'll have to see how this all pans out. As bottom, take a look here at Chessie competing against Chrysalis for the farm available here in this bottom lane. I think Gyrocopter should have a fairly decent time here. Every now and then there's going to be a harass from God Rebuke and maybe a spear that puts him in jeopardy, but he's playing against Nyx Assassin and Mars, so they can't really stop him from farming. And at the same time, J4 can just keep walking up and punching Chessie in the face. So this should not be the easiest lane in the world for the Mars. That being said, it's hard for J4 to kill in this lane because it's very difficult to find the Echo Stomp stun, given that there are 2 stuns that can interrupt you from both heroes on the other side. So just his job should just be making sure Mars doesn't get anything out of the lane and Gyro gets everything. In the meantime, taking a look towards middle, Borania and the Storm Spirit. We've seen him on this hero several times, playing into Supreme's Shadow Fiend. This is going to have the tenor of pretty much every Shadow Fiend matchup. Early on, the opponent does fine, Shadow Fiend farms, then Shadow Fiend hits 5 and destroys the whole map, or at least the creeps on the map, if not heroes. So, not expecting anything different in that front. Also, the 2 support heroes available on Ghost Frogs aren't really going to be able to rotate middle and help kill a Shadow Fiend. They can get the kill onto the Storm. Bottom, they're actually looking for the Gyrocopter Chrysalis. They use the 2 stuns that they have available. Chessie will have God Rebuke back online not too long from now, but they find the first blood with J4 finding the Echo Stomp. This time around, when he shows up into the lane, all the stuns have already been utilized and Chrysalis is able to survive the engagement. That's quite big. That's quite big. Who got the first blood there? It was a J4, right? Yeah, J4 got the first blood. If it was Chrysalis that got the first blood, it would have been huge, but with J4, Chicken Fighters will be unhappy, but they can live with the situation. And then over out onto the top lane. Bit of a rough one here for Charlie. There's a lot of harass that comes in from way downtown from the Lina. Sure, you have 2 points Vampiric Aura, but you're still going to find yourself having to play very carefully. Toby has a point into Atrophy Aura, so that interrupts your farm as well. And you can't really reach far forward in the lane to play aggressively, because this Firestorm just wrecks you as the Wraith King. Mid lane though. Wait, what? How? How? Borania. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is just amazing. That is just amazing. Well, Borania, off of the back of that, are going to be in a situation On the side of Chicken Fighters, where Supreme gonna have to play catch up. He's a level behind now. Ugh. The one thing that's been really interesting to watch about the mid lane becoming far more just mid v mid focused is the impact that these individual deaths end up having on the wider game. Can be so big. Also, they stole away the water rune from Supreme. He still does have a full bottle, and there is still a bounty for him to refill off of. Still, we see them prioritizing, making sure that this mid is taken care of. Often, I do think that move sometimes ends up biting you in the backside if you make it and your safe lane gets punished at the same time. However, because it's the gyrocopter in this lane, very hard for Chessie to go solo punish him in the situation. To all of you who are arguing about this, yes indeed, Chicken Fighters, they went back to their old roster name after not being released from High Coast Esports, making the decision to leave High Coast Esports. Chessie has an entire Twitter thread about it, where he details the fact that they were not getting the monies promised. To be fair, he was gracious enough to acknowledge that the organization made the promises in good faith, just didn't have the revenue to fulfill said promises. Top lane, Shibe looking potentially to get a kill onto Milan. They got the Wraithfire Blast out as well, but I'm not sure they'll have enough to kill him. Nice slow coming in from the Stroke of Fate. Good dodge, Charlie, of the LSA. Is there enough damage though? A couple more right clicks is all they need. Charlie, 3 seconds until he has the Wraithfire Blast back online. He's gonna throw it out, get the vision, got him. And they should be able to find that kill. Charlie does pick it up. Unfortunately for him though, at the same time, they do end up losing Chessie behind this tier 1 tower. They almost got down Era as well, but he does manage to survive using the Impale. And at the same time, wait, what's happening? Borania ended up losing his life to Supreme. Looks like he was trying to find him and kill him in the jungle. But Shadow Fiend had at that point gotten level 5, so he had the 3rd point into the Razors. And he's not even going to bother contesting for this rune. He sees Milan nearby, he's like, yeah, if there's a Lina here, I can't do this. So annoying. They're actually going to zip over to him. They're going to try to go for this kill. Borania does not have all the damage by himself, but with the allies nearby him, they're able to make that work out. The Echo Stomp helping out as well. And J4 getting the kill onto Supreme there. It's very interesting that there was no movement to try and maybe save him, but Borania, that was pretty nice, I must say, from the side of the Ghost Frogs. They secure this Arcane Rune for him and then allow him to use it to go get a kill. They're going to do the same thing onto Era in the mid lane, looking for the jump. Era with the Spike Carapace, Impale out, he's still alive. Dragon Slave, not back off cooldown just yet. Throws it out, but Milan will not connect. Will not be able to find the kill. In the meantime, in the top lane, they're looking for Toby. They want some revenge, they want something on the map. And Toby looks like he might take a tumble here. He's very tanky. Charlie still needs one more Wraithfire Blast. Toby is gonna die, he's gone. Stroke of Fate slows him up. Wraithfire Blast will put him over the edge, and Charlie will be able to pick up yet another kill.
You have done this kingdom a service.
Okay, good job there. Good job, good job, good job.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For them being able to pick that one up. So we've seen thus far that most of the movement early on has come in from the side of the Ghost Frogs. They haven't been able to turn it into anything substantive just yet though on the map. Obviously attempts will be made to that end. But for now, things are fairly passive from them. Supreme is going to be the 3rd death. LSA does connect. They find Supreme. There's going to be J4 with the Echo Stomp, but the Arena of Blood now utilized. And they might be able to turn this around. Supreme looking for the ultimate. Will be able to find it directly onto Borania. Nice rotation from Chessie. Beautiful. He pulls up. They find that kill. And they are able to walk away. It will cost Chessie's life, however. But you're okay with this. Oh, they actually won't die. He's fine. Like, the homing missile is gonna connect onto him, but he's way too far afield. So I don't think they're gonna really want to dive onto him at that point.
Yeah, you're okay with this. You'll just take this any day of the week. Yura and Sibe right behind Toby, and they just want to enable Charlie to find yet another kill onto Toby. Inkswell will stun him up, follow that up with the Wraith Fire Blast. They did not overlay their stuns. They'll be able to balance them perfectly. The chain disable is there, they get the kill. It was fairly difficult to pick up, but they find it nonetheless. And Charlie, the big thing about picking up kills like that, I think, for a Wraith King early on in this game, is that it's quite important not to get sucked into this thing of, well, let me just farm. This hero is a fighter more than a farmer. Especially if you're going to be going for what I consider the best build on the hero right now, which is Armlet into Rads. In fact, if you are a primary strength attribute hero in the safe lane, you should be buying Armlet every single game. Mid lane, Chessie in trouble. Can he get off the arena? Yes, he can. Catching out both Chrysalis as well as the J4 Elder Titan. 2 heroes caught with the Inkswell as well. Here comes Supreme throwing in the razors. They've gotten the 1 kill. Will he be able to find another? Yes, he does. Getting the double kill off of J4. Borania at least gets some revenge by bringing down Era. But the Yule Scepter from Supreme is going to be there, thrown out, and with the triple razors onto the from the Shadow Fiend onto the Storm Spirit, they do get the kill. In fact, Milan shows up on the backside of the fight to feed himself into the Shadow Fiend grinder, ending up with an ultra kill there. Oof, Supreme. What a time to be alive. Showing up there, getting the full grab, getting the full gas, and also now well on route towards BKB. They're not going to be happy about that on the side of Ghost Frogs, because it's given away not just a lot of advantage, but everybody was there except Charlie. Charlie's the one hero in the entire game that was not present for that fight. And therefore, he just gets to continue increasing his own net worth. Pretty much has the armlet now.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Feeling very good about this game. Chrysalis not nearly in the same positive mindset. Massive stack for him though, thanks to J4. Woo! That's fun. That's nice. Catfish Dota, we thank you, comrade, for the information that you've dropped here today. Shout out to you. Top lane, Era. We haven't really seen any big Vendetta movements, as he has not been able to get the levels. He is now 6. They see Milan as well as Toby. LSA, they know they've been scouted, but Milan will still find himself impaled. There's going to be the damage. The fear thins him back, so he actually can't keep this damage going. Stroke of Fate will kill him. And they also managed to bring down Toby. This early Yules from Supreme proving to be really, really good. We don't often see the Yules build up as much anymore. For some reason, like I've seen a lot more either BKB rushes. Oh, Yules up. Yet again, do they find any way to catch him? Impale is there. Phantom's Embrace will come out as well. They keep him silenced and they keep him killed. Supreme is out here. Look at him go. Double damage rune in tow. There is going to be some movement coming middle. Milan will get himself stunned up. Pit of Malice does catch both Era and Supreme. So Toby tells them, it's probably a bad idea for you all to fight in this area. But they need to be careful on the side of the Ghost Frogs. Shibe does have the Soulbind. The only real Soulbind combo comes out of the Wraith Fire Blast, unfortunately. Oh, that and Mana Burn, but you know, Mana Burn, it's only level 1 right now for Era. It's gonna start racking up levels. It's gonna become problematic for Borania later. Mid lane, gonna go for a fight. Nice TP in by Charlie. There's gonna be a Soulbind, double Wraith Fire Blast throw. Now Toby's already gone. They're now looking for Milan. Milan will be next onto chopping block. Borania will be able to at least find some revenge by bringing down Shibe, but that's gonna cost his life as well, as he falls, giving a double kill to Supreme.
Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Oof. Fantastic fight yet again from the Chicken Fighters. Great move from Charlie and the gang. They find the first Soulbind. I was literally just talking about how the only thing they have is Wraith Fire Blast, and that's what they find to set up the fight in a really good position for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Supreme will have BKB, Yule Scepter, pre 15 minutes. Game is nice. Charlie.
I'm not sure, Ghost Frog, this is where you want to be. Comrades, they're all gonna just turn onto Chrysalis. Chrysalis in a lot of trouble. Will end up losing his life. They do get the first life away from the Wraith King. And that is a level 1 reincarnation, so a 200-second cooldown. They've lost Milan, however, instantly they get the silence out onto Borania. Chessie, can he keep him controlled up? They did find the Inkswell stun as well. Impale coming in from Era. They've taken away all the tools that Borania has to be able to escape, and he dies. Turns into a 4-5 hero team wipe. All because they thought that they were going to be able to kill the Charlie Wraith King. Boy, oh boy, were they wrong about that one. And even taking the first life felt like it took forever before the Wraith King ended up actually going down there. So Chicken Fighters feeling extremely confident about how this game is going now. 7k gold lead, not even 15 minutes in. Experience more than 10,000. They have one hero at level 10 on the side of the Ghost Frogs, one at 11, and 3 heroes 11 plus on Chicken Fighter. So they are looking hella strong right now. Shebe also gonna be the one to break a smoke. Oh man, let him, he'll happily die here. Charlie, mate, not sure this is a fight you want, my friend. Although they're so strong right now that maybe they feel like they can take it, because here comes Supreme. Chessie able to find 2 heroes inside the Arena of Blood. They've already burst down Borania. Toby will not be able to escape either. He loses his life. BKB popped by Supreme. He wanted to try to bring down J4, but they might turn their attention towards easier targets on the other side. Oof. Truly unfortunate situation there. But Chicken Fighters yet again. This time around, the hero of the story is Shibe. Not just staying alive here on the high ground, but being able to turn with the Soulbind, connecting on the 2. And they actually do manage to chase J4. Era did not stop running after him. Era was insistent, I am going to find this kill, and he does pick it up. Chrysalis went for the early Maelstrom. Honestly, you know, in the draft we were talking about this, about what item this gyrocopter is going to need this game, and I was talking about the need for an early BKB. I don't think the second item BKB is early enough. When I say early BKB, I'm talking about back in the day when, if you're playing gyro, your build every game was boots drums into BKB, and if he had BKB, he'd be living right now. Instead, he's about to end up losing his life. Borania gonna try help him out though as they jump onto Chessie. Chessie's the one that's falling low. Chessie does die. Now suddenly Era in trouble. Gonna get ran down himself. Okay. Toby showed up at the exact right moment, although now there might be a Requiem to bring down Borania. Phantom's Embrace, make sure that he has no option to zip away there. On the bright side, does finish his Orchid before going down. Alright, Toby showed up clutch there, throwing in that Pit of Malice. I think also the Atrophy Aura definitely helped out, and of course Borania zipped in to help. It's not great that Chrysalis would need all of that to survive, but he survived, he does. Do they have a medallion? They do not. They just want to try find a fight. Supreme doesn't have BKB, so is a bit vulnerable right now if they were able to catch him. Regrettably, that's not going to happen. Chessie will now also port forward. Homing missile throwing out onto Supreme, but I don't think they want to make this chase happen. Now that the whole team knows this is going on. In fact, Chessie's going to look for a jump onto Milan. And, okay. I mean, Milan that's the happiest death Milan has ever had in his entire life. He's like, sure, guys. Jump me with Inkswell, have rotated the Mars to the outpost, use the arena. Yeah, man. The only thing that sucks about it is that Chrysalis, if Chrysalis was bottom right now, farming this wave, this would be so good. Oh god, they killed his courier, so they know he's here. Oh god, Era knows he's here. Oh god, Era did Era see him? That's the question. Era didn't see him. Era didn't see him. Woo! He bought spot a bit too late for my liking. I think if he'd been down here earlier, and then they were still making that full chase from the side of Chicken Fighters, that would have been like a good minute and a half that he can spend farming without any real risk of dying. But unfortunately, there was gold sort of left on the table in this regard. Chessie finding the spear back onto J4. They want to try burst Chessie, but they're not going to manage to do so just yet. Soulbind onto 2. There's Supreme. 2 heroes at the Yule Scepter. Both of them Requiem and blasted apart. 3 heroes gone in the flash of an eye. Era was there with the Impale as well to make sure that there is no escape for Toby either. And they managed to burst down J4. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Supreme is out here. My god, that was... Oof. Oof, that was so disgustingly beautiful. That was lovely. Well, losing another big fight like that, Chrysalis didn't really get much out of the time he was spending bottom farming. Literally, he was only able to pick up 2 waves before he had to come back to base. And now, literally going back to where he started 2 minutes ago without making any meaningful progress, unfortunately. Same cannot really be said of Charlie, who now... Wait, what is he? Is this an item that's coming out? No way. BT is going to the Shadow Fiend. It's just a 1. Okay. I was like, he's not that farmed to have Phase Boots, Armlet, Radiance +1. It's just a magic 1. That's fine. One thing as well about these early BKB pickups that they're going for on the side of Chicken Fighters. In the previous patch, or as it's been traditionally, you always would hate buying BKB too early because by the time it gets down to 5 seconds, 5 is just such a terrible number for the BKB. However, now that it's 6 seconds at the lowest, you aren't nearly as punished for picking up this item earlier in the game. Now here they are on the high ground, looking to try and grab the first tier 3. Supreme, level 3 Requiem, everything's maxed out. He didn't go for the presence effects buildings. Might have liked that, but Chrysalis? No! Chrysalis is dead. Doesn't have BKB, so there's no way he survives. Gonna get yours up. Gonna eat the Requiem. And Supreme, one of the things as well about whenever you have a 6-second BKB now, you don't mind. Did they have Blink? No, they don't have Blink on Era just yet. If you had the Blink, they might have been able to catch up. But when you have 6-second BKB, you don't mind just using it every single fight. Just to make sure that Storm can't zip in and interrupt the Requiem. That was the 3rd death of the Gyro. Supreme now 1300 gold after picking up the BTs. Has a Nether Shawl in his inventory as well. It's not all doom and gloom, fortunately for the Ghost Frogs. They just picked up a mech for this Underlord, and they were having some major sustain issues, so this will help out a lot. And here, Jesse's gonna test out if they've solved their sustain issues as he jumps in, Arena catching out onto several. They've gotten Milan brought down. Toby throws in a Pit of Malice, the jump onto Shebe. Do they have the damage to kill him? Nope, Toby looks like he's gonna be the one that dies first. And with the BTs that Supreme picked up a few minutes ago, he makes his own way to the mid lane, so that will signal the retreat from the rest of the squad. J4, can he TP out? Yes, he can. Somehow. Somehow. Do not worry, ladies and gentlemen, the things that are being said by Buba Lestev. Chrysalis is dead again, by the way. Oh no, does he juke this out? No, he came back into the lane. If he maybe tried to TP out, he might have survived, but there's no way he survives now. Mules up into the air. Not gonna keep the fight going, are they? Jesse, you got the jump onto J4. J4, woo! Also just brought down. Also just brought down. Don't worry, everybody. Bubalesht TV is just being a bit of a troll. The game is still going. It has not ended at 10:30. However, if anybody looks like they're spoiling, remember the rules. I will ban you and you'll have to appeal the ban. And I won't feel bad about it either. So be very careful about how you communicate with your compatriots here in the chat. Mars. BKB gets picked up by him. So they've now got 2 of the 3. When the 3rd one emerges for Charlie, not like Charlie's been dying anyway, he's 10-0-8 on the Wraith King. But when they have the 3rd BKB, there's literally no damage. Chrysalis has BKB Maelstrom, so most of the damage he's going to be dishing out will still be coming from the Chain Lightning as well as from the Call Down and the Rocket Barrage. So this BKB that's been grabbed up by the Mars will prevent a lot of the major damage from really coming out. So they cannot really do all that much. They smoked up to try and stop this Roshan attempt. Instead, it's only going to just lead to a death onto the Underlord as Toby got found by Era and killed. The same is true of Borania. Got feared, got killed. Does have buyback, you have to use it. There's no other option. You have to buy back right now. Milan is going to try, at the very least, interrupt the creep wave. And unfortunately, it's not really going to help. They still get the dive onto Chrysalis inside the base. J4 in trouble. They use the Earth Splitter from him, but it doesn't really matter. They get him brought down. And this game is just over, honestly. At this point, it really does not feel like Chicken Fighters can lose. Didn't renew my Dota Plus subscription, so we can't see the win percentage. Middle? Milan? Okay. Supreme went back just to interrupt and kill Milan. Milan actually saved the game by doing what he was doing here. Though he dies, yes, but look at the base. Base is still fine. They end up not losing out on all their buildings. At the same time, I can't say the same for Boromir. They end up losing the Storm Spirit. He is, yeah, trying to get BKB. I can understand why he's out here farming in a somewhat dangerous area. He needs BKB very badly. But seems like the danger level was a little bit too high. Now Charlie in the base looking for the Wraithfire Blast. They catch it onto Chrysalis. There is a BKB. Impale is going to be thrown out with the Requiem of Souls. He didn't want to use the BKB, so now he's dead. With no buyback. 40 seconds. No gyro. He's your only real damage dealer. Storm Spirit doesn't have BKB. So though he has buyback, has no defense for himself. Especially now that they have the BKB on Charlie. Jump onto Toby. They have the vision, the ward. Scouts out the movement, and will they be able to find the kill? With the raises, they got him. Supreme able to pick this one up. Boromir jumping in, at least able to grab the first life. Jesse does finally die for real. Toby, having brought back, got stunned up as soon as he came back into the fray. Charlie pops his BKB. The full 9 seconds available for the Wraith King. He's able to run down Toby, kill him. Jump back in onto Milan, bring him down as well. They take the first life away from the Shadow Fiend though. Milan does buy back. Supreme on the backside of things. Boromir was looking for an engagement. The Impale was there. Boromir is down. Buys back. Chrysalis, BKB running forward in the fight. But what is he doing? Literally no damage. Boromir jumps in. Huge zip. Almost brings down Supreme. Supreme still alive in the trees. Does end up falling. It takes Chrysalis down with him. And Boromir will pay for this with his life. Echo Storm from J4 onto 3 heroes. He doesn't have the splitter anymore, so he can't easily find these kills. He does bring down Shibe, hitting him up with the briefcase. At the same time, Era fighting mano a mano versus Milan. Will he be able to take this fight? Yes, he will. Era will live. Milan will not. Everybody from Ghost Frogs who can buy back has bought back, and it's only the Gyrocopter and J4 left to try and defend the base. Toby up in 5. We'll have Firestorm. Can they somehow defend at that point? You get the Echo Stomp out to Chessie. It also landed onto Charlie as well, so it slowed up the Wraith King, but now here's Wraith King jumping onto Toby. They want to find the kill onto the Underlord. Burst from Supreme. Should be enough. He's in the grave. No buyback for him. Charlie does lose the first life yet again, but who cares? Only a 40-second cooldown at this point. Echo Stomp once more from J4. Chrysalis, 5 seconds until he has BKB. Back online, another 2. Gonna get speared back to the tree. Can he survive through this? No, he cannot. He gets brought down. J4, the lone survivor, he's gonna die as well. And with everybody having taken a tumble, Ghost Frogs will finally throw in the towel, and they call it GG. Well played. Woo! Chicken Fighters. What a game from them. What utter domination. Yo. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. That was fantastic to watch. Chicken Fighters grab the dub. Oof, what a game. What a game. What a game from them. I am quite impressed by what I saw from the team here today. One of the big things that they were able to achieve from this particular victory, it was very, very, very considered in terms of how they played the game. But MVP, all of this, none of this could be possible without Supreme. Yo. Yule's BKB at 15 minutes. Yo. I mean, Charlie, look at Charlie's stats, right? Charlie went 1905, ended up dealing 27,000 damage, and honestly, I don't feel they needed the Wraith King. He was just there to soak up these kills. Like, Supreme. Yo. Yo. Supreme properly hard carried this game for the squad. Made Chicken Fighters look hella strong. More importantly as well, he made sure that this early lead that he was able to pick up for himself. I mean, look at this. Gets this early lead, but it never stops. Stays constant. Only at the end of the game, I think he died like, what, once or twice? Towards the end there. The one big death at the end where he gave up like 800 gold or something like that just before the game ended. Wow, what a game. Whoa, Chicken Fighters. Yo. I know I said I thought they were going to grab this W, but my gosh, I did not think in a million years they were going to grab the W in this emphatic of a fashion. But they did it, and they found themselves 1-0 up on the cusp of eliminating the side of the Ghost Frogs. And in my mind, it wasn't just the fact that they had a better draft, which I think they definitely did. In particular, they really addressed Gyro. This game was actually a very good showcase of why I'm so hesitant to say if Gyro has a place in the meta. It's just, 5 Gyro, absolutely. Pick 5 Gyro, that's cool, no problems. But pause 1 Gyro, Didn't really feel like the Gyrocopter was able to accomplish all that much in that game, but still, the main thing was Chicken Fighters, the timings they hit. And a lot of times you'll see Dota teams, especially like they'll have one superstar mid laner who crushes his lane, gets the item that he needs to be able to do well on the map, but isn't able to coordinate with the rest of the team, doesn't move over on the map fast enough, doesn't pick up the right item. There's a bevy of things that could go wrong despite dominating your lane. None of that today from Supreme as he goes on to help his team secure game number 1. As we queue up game number 2, it's back to the drawing board for the side of the Ghost Frogs, and let's hope that they can figure out a way to come back into this game and force a deciding game number 3. Until then, all the lobbies being prepared. Make sure that you are following the channel. Come say hi in chat. Talk to your fellow Dota nerds. And in the meantime, if you enjoyed what you heard, if you're having a good time here on the stream, consider becoming a supporter. Either subscribing on the stream, hitting up a one-time donation through PayPal, or just becoming a patron through Patreon. I cannot stress enough. I actually cannot stress enough just how much of a difference that makes. And the only reason I'm still able to sit here and do this with y'all instead of being at work is because of everybody who is supporting in the background. The support that I've received has been more than I could ever say thank you enough for. So thank you so much for that. And those of you who plan to do so in the future, thank you as well. You're what makes this possible. You're what keeps the stream alive. The better webcam I got was thanks to y'all. New mic, thanks to y'all. So any improvement that happens on the stream will be directly because of everybody that helps out. So thank you. And with that, I'll see you all shortly for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
remaining.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we're going to be continuing with the Positive Fire Games tournament. We are still in the elimination stage. Ghost Frogs are one game away from joining the list of teams that have been eliminated from the tournament so far. So we hope that in this game here, up against the Chicken Fighters, that they show a bit more fight for game number 2, so they can still find themselves a way into the tournament. We'll see if they have the medal, we'll see if they have what it takes. The draft will determine a lot of that. I'm your boy Snare. Thanks for being out here. Follow if you haven't already. Make sure you come into the chat, say what's up. Tell us what you think about the games and about the drafts that you're going to see before your eyes. Speaking of drafts, time to get into it. Ghost Frogs. One last roll of the dice here. If this goes south, they're done. It's GG. No more possibilities. No more second chances. Nothing. You just find yourself having to tank a loss immediately. Chicken Fighters, of course, will be feeling a lot more confident about themselves, having already come in with a victory. Not just coming in with a victory, but domination. They looked hella strong in that game. So going into the second one, they'll clearly be favoring their chances here. They've already led off with one of their most powerful duos in all of Dota 2. So Ghost Frogs went for the early Mars pick. And generally, when Mars is picked, do they really want Phoenix? I see them banning Snapfire. Okay. They could still want Phoenix, right? Normally we see Mars, you have to prepare yourself for... There's 3 different heroes I think you have to be ready for. Snapfire, Phoenix, as well as the Dark Willow. Phoenix is definitely the one that has usually been at the very tip top of that list. You prepare yourself to deal with that. You prepare yourself to deal with the Dank Willow. Prepare yourself to deal with the Snapfire as well. All 3 of those heroes can be adequately dealt with by the Juggernaut. Magic immunity is amazing. And also, I mean, it kind of was a deny pick because they saw how well they played around the Mars on Chessie. At the same time, Ghost Frogs now have a bit of an exploit going against them because depending on what other hero they can get into the lane, this Juggernaut lane can prove to be very problematic for the Mars, depending on the partner. We'll see what gets put there. Especially in a game where you have Magnus. Because it doesn't matter what the lane is going to be like for Jug. Can play very passively because he knows he's going to get the farming steroid later from the Mag. And they go in for the Winter Wyvern this game. I thought they were going to pick this last game potentially, but they go for it now. Yo, Shibe Winter Wyvern. Yo, God, just God.
What's the hold up, sunshine?
That's all we should say about Shibe Winter Wyvern. So, Ghost Frogs will definitely have to find a way to deal with this. On the bright side, Rubik can steal some very good spells in this game. RP is up for grabs. You have the Winter Wyvern Curse up for grabs. And also in the off lane, this Mars hero is fairly tanky. So harassing him with the Arctic Burn can prove to be fairly problematic for him. But the big thing for me about this hero is that you now have this massive anti-combo into what Ghost Frogs is doing. Because for the entirety of the game, no matter what, they're going to jump in with this Mars. He's going to try and set up the initiation for his team. And as soon as he finds himself in the fight, he'll get cursed instantly. And then suddenly nobody can even follow up into the arena. And then you can reposition into the arena for an RP. I'm just thinking about how difficult these fights are going to be for the side of Ghost Frogs. You've got these 2 heroes that can both initiate for you and be very strong counter initiation. Both of them will help beef up the Juggernaut. Winter Wyvern in the lane with the Cold Embrace heal. Magnus with the RP. To make sure that the Omni Slash bounces onto the target. Of course, the Empower to just keep him farming at hyper rates throughout the game for Jug. Ghost Frogs, they don't opt for the 3 that I mentioned in terms of 5 position heroes that could combo with the Mars. This time around, they opt for the Ancient Apparition. This happens sometimes. Generally, when I see this comes in when the mid hero is Void Spirit or Puck. Because they're going to need burst damage to make sure that the heroes actually tick over as soon as possible. And you want to be able to take advantage of that Ice Vortex inside the arena. Chicken Fighters now. What do you put into your other support? They have the last pick, so I imagine they're going to wait for Supreme's pick until then. So now we want the Era hero. You could play Tusk this game, actually. I think a save might be nice. Hey, they picked the Tank Willow. Alright, so this is normally the opposite direction now. My god, how do you actually fight if you're Ghost Frogs? You now have another spell that makes it difficult for you to utilize all your spells. More counter initiation inside the Arena of Blood. If they ever, hell, not even just inside the arena, if they ever get a RP, if they ever get a Winter's Curse out, then suddenly that gets followed up with the Dank Willow, throwing in the Brambles straight into the Terrorize. Hell, even a Curse Crown, timed correctly, can stun multiple heroes off of a Winter's Curse. So I am very, 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 very worried here about the Ghost Frogs. And their two supports are not very tanky, fairly squishy, these heroes. I guess now you want to get the hero for Chrysalis, and then you'll figure out Boronia's hero last based on the bans. You know he's going to be playing into the Juggernaut. You have Mars already in the game, so maybe Terrorblade. I know I said it earlier, but the one thing that sucks about TB would be in this game, playing against Winter's Curse is awful. But playing with Mars is nice, good against the Juggernaut. And also go for the Faceless Void, get yourself the Chrono. You know, generally when we've been seeing a lot of these Ancient Apparitions, it's often comboed with Void as well. So that the bubble is the zone where you put in the Ice Blast. You pretty much can never miss that initiation. If that is indeed the direction they go for from Ghost Frogs. They have always something to put into the fight, but where's the damage to actually tick these heroes over? It's going to take quite a while before Faceless Void is in a position where he can bash you and kill you inside the bubble. Especially considering he has to play into Cold Embrace, he has to play into Terrorize, he has to play into Winter's Curse. If Jug's not inside it, he has to play into Healing Ward. Well, Healing Ward is going to be somewhat mitigated by the Ice Blast, to be fair. But they definitely need a hero that's going to provide big amounts of damage. Interestingly enough, Chicken Fighters are assuming that this is a mid-Rubik, as they now ban this Elder Titan. Or potentially mid-Mars. They themselves, for Chicken Fighters, what do they need? They also need nice strong mid laner. Can open up fights for them. Is Puck still in the game? Oh my god, Death Prophet still in the game. Oof. Ghost Frogs should actually pick Shadow Fiend for me. I've seen this Void Shadow Fiend combo work amazingly. It's an option they can go for here. I would like a Yule's Buyer versus Dark Willow Winter Wyvern. Obviously a BKB buyer as well. Let's see. The Balanar. Alright, so this is mid-Mars then. Yo, Balanar offlane in this game. The AoE silence does do a lot of work here because when you're playing against Jug, Winter Wyvern, Magnus, these kind of heroes, you want to be able to silence them the moment you get to the fight so that you never have that small sliver of uncertainty as to what spell they're going to cast next, because if they can cast a spell, it can go really badly for you and your team. So definitely like this idea. That being said though, I still think they're too light on damage on the side of Ghost Frogs. It's going to take so long before they have that damage, and they'll only have that damage in the team fights. It'll have to be everybody there. Chicken Fighters. Pick Death Prophet. If this was Alliance, they'd pick the DK, but Ancient Apparition can make that a bit sus. Not always. But you're just like, oh, this kind of sucks. I'm not getting the regen in the fight, but who cares? They don't have any percent-based damage. They're not playing Underlord in the offlane. They don't have that much actual disable on Ghost Frogs. They have, what, Lift, Spear into the wall, and Chrono. That's it. So Chicken Fighters, they basically just have to ask Supreme, what hero do you think you won't die on? Honestly, I really feel that this is a pretty rough outdraft from the side of Chicken Fighters. Bloodseeker lost pick. It's so good against Night Stalker. Magnus is actually going to go middle. Supreme Mag versus Borania Mars. That's one of the great things about being able to pick the Mag as well this early on. Can flex it in this way. Now that there is a mid Magnus though, he might decide to still buy Battle Fury on Charlie. Earlier I was thinking that because we have Chessie to follow him around, give him the Empower, he might opt to duel for a different build and just opt to prioritize fighting for the most part on the Jug. However, Magnus will have to do his own thing, needs his own farm when he's playing mid. This offlane Bloodseeker though I think is really good this game. Which is really annoying. It's actually, you know, this kind of reminds me about my story with Mars. For the longest time I thought this Mars hero was really overrated. I think that really came from China, to be fair, because It was in every single game. It's kind of stupid. And it was the games without the Phoenix where this hero looked really, not weak, but underwhelming for a lot of times. And I sometimes have this feeling about the Bloodseeker, but I think it was also due to the fact that it was picked too often, rather than just being picked when and where it would work, or with the heroes that make it work. In this game, you're playing Bloodseeker into Night Stalker, Faceless Void. Neither of those heroes will enjoy being ruptured. Neither of those heroes really enjoy finding themselves in a position where they're blood righted. Oof. Alrighty, let us see what they're going to be able to get out of this here.
Prepare for battle.
Chill, baby.
And right on the map on the side of the Ghost Frogs.
This will do just fine.
Big deal at the end of the day to be able to get themselves a victory here, because it keeps them in the tournament. A loss here is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. So they need to make sure that they do the most in this matchup. Can they do it? Can they make it happen? Let's see. Personally, I don't think they can do it. I like the Chicken Fighters draft again. In particular, I think this Bloodseeker is going to prove to be a little bit too difficult to deal with.
My gratitude. 30 seconds to battle.
Rupture onto Toby makes this hero useless. A stationary, static Night Stalker literally does nothing for you in your fight. Blood Rite will be very useful against Chrysalis. If you time it correctly, then you have to force Chrysalis to choose if he's going to spend the last second inside Chrono, dishing out damage, or risk getting silenced and unable to time walk away afterwards. They have great counter initiation from RP, Winter's Curse, Terrorize. Yeah, I really like the Chicken Fighters draft. And I'm really terrified about playing into Magnus Juggernaut. Every time I see this combo, I keep thinking to myself, oh no, it'll be fine. They've, for the most part, learned how to play against this. They'll be okay. And then Juggernaut just has like 7k net worth above the opposing carry. Good times. Charlie and Milan. Just on the opposite side of the trees. Charlie will put some damage onto Toby. They need very much to make sure that these early waves go well for Toby. Because there is actually kill threat onto the Night Stalker as this lane goes forward. Especially as they get more of these points into Blade Fury. So Toby must do everything in his power to ensure that nothing goes wrong right now. For the most part, should still be able to get, provided he doesn't get span on, should be able to get his CS here in this lane. Towards middle. This is where the real interesting things are going to be happening. Supreme versus Boromir. I have literally never seen this lane pairing. So let's go look at the bottom lane quickly. Then we'll come back and talk about mid for a bit longer. It's going to be Chrysalis versus Chessie. We've seen this before. Chrysalis is going to do his best when he knows that Chessie doesn't have access to Thirst, to keep him as far away from this lane as possible. And because he has Time Walk, it's a little bit easier for him to play this lane into the Bloodseeker. Because you know you can always get yourself out of the Blood Rite. But eventually, Chessie will get level 3. Before they get level 3 though, they need to do what they're doing now. If they can keep Chrysalis one level up on Chessie, then this lane is really good for Void. But if they even that out, then Bloodseeker is going to be able to just get his farm as normal. Mid lane. This is where it's really interesting. Mars versus Magnus. I would think that Magnus would fall behind on CS, but would have the slightly earlier kill threat. Just because I don't imagine that Boromir is going to find himself on the high ground in order to be able to spear back Supreme anytime soon. He's just going to farm with God's Rebuke in the lane. His animation is really, really nice. Supreme erstwhile, he is able, depending on his positioning, to with that much difficulty skewer back the Mars. It'll also depend on the rotation of the supports though, to be fair. Bottom, Chrysalis will just walk outside the Blood Rite. Yeah, Era's starting to pay a little bit more attention to the lane instead of just trading hits with J4. And that has secured A decent-ish time for Jesse. Looks like it's going to get him level 3. Although I love what Chrysalis is doing. Chrysalis is doing the exact right thing. Sometimes these Voids, when they're in this lane where it doesn't go as well as you might expect normally, or rather where you just want to farm, you don't spend as much time just running down the opposing melee carry or melee offlaner to just bash him up. And this time around, you know that it's a melee offlaner who can't buy the Bracer. Not going to be buying Vanguard either. So this is your chance, fam. And Ira is in a little bit of trouble here. Blood Right will trigger J4. They want to kill him. Cold Feet does come out. And Ira emerges from the Shadow Realm just to walk into the waiting arms of J4. And the first blood comes out. Alrighty, good times. Supreme. Level 4 right now. He's losing out on the CS battle to Boromir. We'll see if Boromir just goes for the early Yule Scepter that we often see from the mid-Mars. I would like to actually see him get shot, but not soon. Maybe as like a bonus pickup later as they're starting to run out of damage. Right now though, I'm a bit worried about the side of Ghost Frogs. Mid is going really well for them. Top is middling for Toby. And bottom, they're just trading with Chrysalis, but I think this is the type of drop that needs to be ahead, to be honest. I do not think they have the luxury of playing an even game. I think they have to be continually pressing the envelope. Top lane, they are going to press that envelope by getting a kill onto Sibe. That's exactly what you need to be doing in this kind of situation. Milan able to zap him down there with the Fade Bolt. Get some Arcane Boots as well. That's pretty good for the team. Very early to pick up this item. And he's actually going to buy a smoke. Is he going to come back top, or is he going to perhaps move to the bottom lane? Yeah, he's going to smoke middle actually. They have level 6 up on Boromir. So if they can get a lift out onto Supreme, they can kill this Magnus. He is running behind on experience as well as farm from the Mars. The lane is rough to be in because of so much damage that comes out in a short span of time. Milan looking for an up. Sigh. I wish y'all could have seen my face at that exact moment. I'm pretty sad. I'm pretty sad for Milan. I know this feeling, fam. You're playing support. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna help out one of my homies. And now that he's here, unfortunately, the mid laner messes up the spell and can't get the grab. It's a bit unfortunate there. It is what it is. Just a few pixels off from Boromir. Then you would have been able to snag Supreme in there. Going to be quite a relief for the chicken fighters to keep Supreme alive, keep him farming in this mid lane, allow him to get levels, and now RP committed. Actually, they're going to loop for middle. Curse Crown there onto Boromir. Shockwave to drag him back underneath the tier 1, prevent him from escaping. Chicken fighters say to themselves, let's show them how it's done. Securing a very, very god kill. And there's no revenge anywhere else on the map either. Supreme just going to take that one. So first usage of the RP goes very successfully for the mid lane Magnus in this situation. Yo, what a player. What a player, what a god. Charlie has the raindrops in tow. So yeah, even if they get one extra hero in here, unless it's the Mars to throw in the physical damage, they just do not have the damage to kill Charlie. He'll always be able to get off the spin and find his way to safety. We'll see from the build-up if he decides that he still wants the Battle Fury. I could definitely see him going like S and Y, just tanking up. If he goes like even Manta, just a stat-based build so that if he gets chronoed in the earlier portion of the game, he doesn't die. Let's see what Chrysalis wants to build in this game. So it's going to be Maelstrom. I was about to say it's going to be Maelstrom or Mask of Madness. That's been the opening 2 items that we've seen the most from this hero. And Maelstrom is going to be the option for Chrysalis. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. He needs a farming item. Despite the fact that the team will peak sooner than Chicken Fighters, you don't want to be just building pure fighting and not give yourself any options in the event that the game doesn't go the direction you thought it would. Arena committed now. Era will go into the Shadow Realm to evade a lot of this damage. Cold Feet will trigger out onto Supreme. They actually get the Shadow Realm kill onto J4. And now Supreme threatening the RP. Not going to end up using it. Chessie also nearby. Only level 5, so he can't throw out the Rupture. At the same time, Spear. Supreme, can he escape Boromir? They're trying to bring down Milan. They will succeed in doing so. And Supreme does end up dying though. Long chase there by the Mars. But eventually they secure the kill. Certainly well worth it in the grand scheme of things. And Boromir's going for more. He wants to try to bring down Era. There is a spear available. Even with Shadow Realm, he's still going to get speared. Oof. Very close to dying there. 70 HP. And God himself will rebuke him. And he will end up falling. Alright, Boromir. We haven't seen him decide what first initiating item he's going to look for. It's going to be the Blink Dagger as the primary option in this game. Once he has that... they still can't really kill Charlie. Charlie's... yeah... it's going to be a problem in this game. Void is going to be the one that has to primarily handle the Juggernaut. For now though, Jug hasn't really been in contact with the Magnus. So no Empower available for him. So Charlie, no real farm accrued just yet for the man. I think now they just want to be able to stack pre 10 minutes. You'll farm these a little bit later. Boromir. Coming here up onto the high ground. They want to fight for the stack. Although... can they take it? Yes, they can. They do lose Chessie on the other side of the map, though. Do they get Void? No, they won't. No Winter's Curse committed this side either. So, only the 1 kill onto Chessie. J4 will die, though. I think he also just ran back just to ensure that they can't run forward onto Chrysalis. He's starting to have a lot better of a game than what he did in game number 1 on the gyrocopter. Man, that one was rough. This one is acceptable. This game is doable. It's playable. And he actually did go Mask of Madness. Okay. I definitely prefer Mask of Madness over the early Maelstrom. So now it doesn't just have farming threat, but it has some kill threat. It commits the chrono, as we just saw it demonstrated onto Chessie's face earlier, well, despite not having the full mom at that point. Toby has triggered Dark Ascension. It's the second nighttime, and we haven't really seen the Night Stalker able to do all that much. To be fair, he's having a much better game than Chessie is. And he just finished the Dark Ascension, so nighttime will end. Second daytime, sorry, my bad. He just farmed for the first nighttime. Supreme. Looking for the RP. Not going to be able to cast it off, however. Bloodrite does come out. Milan and J4 are able to skirt the edges of it. At the same time, they get Toby brought down in the top lane. Charlie and Era dove onto the Night Stalker. Boromir also showed up, but the arena regrettably cannot connect onto a magic immune target. Second arena of the game that Boromir is not able to utilize to help get a counter kill. Well, I guess Blink Dagger now, so the next time around they're going to try to use that in better fashion. Maybe even just blink and skewer a target back with the spear. Also, I just realized how weird that turn of phrase is when there's actually a spell called skewer in the game. And now the 1k gold lead for the Ghost Frogs. A lot of it sitting on Boromir, but more importantly, Chrysalis is uninterrupted. Unlike in the previous game. They're gonna try jump him though. Potential is gonna be there. RP does come out. Do they have the damage with the Bedlam? No, they do not. He does manage to escape. Curse Crown will be there. But he drops the Chronosphere just to ensure he's able to escape. He's perfectly okay with this. He's fine. He is definitely happy with how things are going for himself. I mean, you'll take that any day of the week, right? Opposing core here from the mid lane rotates onto you, RPs you, and you escape happily, drawing a lot of attention. Yeah, man. Life is nice. Does mean you won't have a Chrono available to throw out to Charlie, so Charlie can just spin and run away down bottom. I wonder, do they get the tier 1 middle, or can they find this deny from Chicken Fighters? Shibe doesn't want to risk his life for it though as well. And there we go. Boromir is going to be able to pick it up. Unfortunately, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, I do not know what is happening with Twitch transcode, but for some reason my transcode settings have disappeared today. And I'm only able to stream in 1080p. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but well, hopefully Twitch will have fixed this issue by tomorrow. I hope it's not just me that has this problem. Boromir finding Jesse. They finally get a nice kill inside the arena. Blink Dagger was committed this time around. And Bora also goes straight into the Desolator. Yo, Deso with God's Rebuke is actually an obscene amount of damage. They're smoked up now. Charlie does still have spin. And they're actually going to go the opposite direction. No target scouted out just yet. Regrettably for them, there are no targets on this side of the map. So it's just going to end up being a rotation. Maybe they get some ward down or something, I don't know. The scan does connect onto Supreme, but the smoke had already ended, so maybe they have to try a position on the high ground. Wait here. You see Toby trying to force through this tier 2 tower in the top lane as Dire Side are taking bottom. Charlie is building that Manta we were talking about earlier, so his idea is going to be to tank up, get as strong as possible. That's 1-0-0 in this game. Definitely needs the Empower though. Like, he's the big core hero without a farming item or a farming skill either. They're just going to quickly lose Era, but he's just there to break the engagement, to find out where they are. Boromir has the ultimate back online. Supreme has already left the area. Sebe will be caught inside said arena, and he will take a tumble. Still have the RP for the jump back, but I think they probably just want to let this one go, maybe. Yeah, don't fight them. Just let it go. Charlotte. What are we doing with this build next? He does have the Empower now, thank God. It's a real problem, honestly, if he doesn't have Empower, because if he's not buying a farming item, think about it, right? Supreme can farm with his own Empower. Mars can farm with God's Rebuke. Obviously, Chrysalis is getting Mom Maelstrom. So they can't afford to have Charlie be the odd hero out, not really able to accrue his own net worth in that way, so definitely needs this Empower. Supreme does have his Echo Saber, so that'll improve his own farm on the map as well. BKB in the offing for the mag. And they're rotating down with the Dank Willow as well. Era's not smoked up, but I don't think they have vision of him. Supreme, is he going to be able to catch Toby in the trees? They see this Night Stalker. There's going to be the silence triggered out. Can they get this chase down? Nice Bramble Mace from Era. With the Curse Crown, they skewer him back into more Brambles. Curse Crown will trigger. Bedlam will supply the damage necessary to find the kill. But there is going to be a fight now. Ancient Apparition Ice Blast flies out directly onto Supreme inside the big arena. And he will fall. Okay. Very good grab to get there. Jesse also just died middle. Was that inside the bubble? Nope. Just died straight up. Also, I'm shocked that they haven't tried to involve Jesse in this game. There's some of these targets that are just ripe for the rupturing. But they've been just trying to recover with the Bloodseeker given how rough the early game was. Also, I think personally that they were a bit too late in starting to give the Empower to Charlie.
Because now it feels like he's actually going to be very far behind in this game. Chrysalis. You see Chessie. Blood rides down. Chessie's dead. Feels bad, man. Ice Blast's gonna connect onto him. And he's just gone. There's no way they can save him. Cool guys don't look at explosions. So they will just burst them down. Toby throws in the void just to make sure. Opening up now 4k gold lead. And they're gonna attempt a Roche. They have Orb of Corrosion on Toby. They have a Deso on Borania. So they have enough negative armor to make this happen. But the question is, do chicken fighters have enough metal to try and stop this? Doesn't seem like it. This early game from Ghost Frogs has been spectacular from them. They get the first Aegis of the game. Chrysalis about to crack level 15 as well, very shortly, building into an S and Y for himself, and then Scotty. In the wise words of Future, life is good. Charlie does throw a GG slash to just scout out and get the quick kill onto Milan there. Night Stalker now snagging up an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Toby, that's the tool he wants to utilize to get himself not just into a winning position, but make life impossible for the side of chicken fighters. Once he has like the full jump on you, what can you do? You're just gonna die every time. Even Charlie, you have Manta, but Manta does not help you versus the AoE silence of Toby. Dark Ascension triggered out now by the Night Stalker. He's flying through. Will be able to locate the Winter Wyvern. They are able to grab the quick kill. Milan stealing the Arctic Burn. Man, chicken fighters are just not playing together at all. Like, look where all their heroes are. Everyone's just spread apart, playing effectively different parts of the map. Jug is still farming, but he's not farming with Magnus. There's no point picking this combo if you're not going to give the Juggernaut the Empower. Oh boy. Oh boy. Charlie does have Empower now, but as mentioned, it's a rough scenario, a rough situation that's taking place here. They destroy the healing ward as well. 6k gold lead for the side of the Ghost Frogs. They've taken out the tier 2 tower in the top lane. They've claimed the outpost. They have the whole map. And the worst part is Chrysalis not that far away from the SNY. But the big thing is they just do not have any tools to deal with him just yet. Shibe, no mate, you're the counter. Okay. So what's supposed to happen is in the middle of the jump on the Chrono onto another target, Shibe stands like on the background and throws in a quick Winter's Curse to ensure that the Faceless Void can't dish out the necessary damage. But ends up not taking place. Chrysalis will also just jump away. They also use the Rupture onto Rubik. I don't know why they use the Rupture onto Rubik. Chrysalis gonna get dragged back underneath the tier 1. Curse Crown will be there to stun him up. He's the one that is sitting right now with the Aegis. They burn away his mana with the Jug. Jug gets lifted up, brought back by Milan, and they are able to find the kill.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
I'll be back to finish this later.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
Mid lane. Tier 2 tower. Getting sieged upon right now. Chrono is down, Arena is down, but there's no way chicken fighters can fight right now. I don't know what happened in between game 1 and game 2, but they just don't feel like they're playing on the same page at all. And the thing is, Chessie's also not had a Dota 2 game at all. Like sitting there with the Falcon Blade. That's it. Falcon Blade, Hood of Defiance. Nothing else. First while his counterparts on Toby
Has Ags, Over Corrosion, Phase Boots. Not too far away from Blink Dagger either. Just picks up a quick T1. Just because he can. Chicken Fighters will now smoke up. Okay, finally they're going to try and make something happen on the map. Shibe leading the charge with the flyout. Who are they going to find? No, nobody really, unfortunately. And we haven't actually seen an aggressive RP from Supreme in a long time. He's gonna go middle, dragging back Toby. The silence will be out from Toby. He also will get Curse Crowned, however. Charlie will be there with the spin. And they haven't gotten the kill just yet. Supreme will eat the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. Does get off the BKB beforehand, though. They've also gotten the ultimate onto Chrysalis. Okay, finally. He does Time Walk away. Does have Rupture on him. He still has the... doesn't have the Aegis anymore. But the team, are they going to be able to take the fight around the Jug? Jug gets stunned up. They get the RP now on the 2. There's the spin. Will they have the damage for Chrysalis? Yes, they will. They bring down the Faceless Void. Juggernaut now looking to be on the tear, trying to bring down the Mars. Somehow survive the entire engagement. And Charlie will pick up a double kill off of that. Yo, alright. Signs of life being shown right now, and they're gonna try and secure the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Does cost Era's life, got ice blasted, whatever, yes. Alright, I'm starting to ban anybody who... If you're not talking about what's happening on screen, sorry, you're timed out. And anybody who's... that's the last warning. Anybody who even says the score that's not on screen at the time will be banned forever. I would love to see right now on Chicken Fighters them not just going for big fights like that when they have the RP, but continually Chessie needs to be applying that same pressure he put onto the Void. That needs to keep happening. That needs to keep happening. It's a major problem that the Void or the Night Stalker are allowed to be as mobile as they've been. So Chessie at least does have the Pipe of Insight now as well, so we can start utilizing this as a way to ensure that the magic damage is mitigated to some degree that comes in. Chessie. He's just sitting here just in case there's a big movement coming in from the side of Ghost Frogs. And they're considering it. They're looking towards him, and there we go. There's going to be the jump, but the counter initiation is available from Chicken Fighters. We'll see what they want to do. Ice Blast flying forth. There's going to be Rupture onto Borania. Taking a lot of damage, but we'll be able to port back safely. The same cannot be said of Toby, who will get Omni Slash here. The creeps will bounce away a lot of this damage, but he will not be lucky enough to walk away. And they're not done just yet. Look at this. They're on the other side of the fight looking for Milan.
I'll be back to finish.
They found the Curse Crown onto him. This is a bit of a problem, this Rubik. He's about to get stunned up. Will they be able to jump onto him to kill him? Charlie